بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Welcome شباب level 3 والنهاردة عندنا class number كام؟ class 3 والنهاردة حصة الريدنج. Now آخر skill وقفنا عندها كانت skill number 31 والنهاردة أهم من السكيلز عايزين إن احنا نبراكتس كتير الأول and then we will manage the skills بتاعتنا accordingly. We will work first of all من official test number 1 passage number 3 ودي كانت homework على حضراتكم المفروض إن انتوا حلتوها. هنصلحها مع بعض بالتفصيل ونكتب الهاكس المهمة بتاعتها as we move along إن شاء الله. Then we're going to have a quiz إن شاء الله, and based on the time we have we will mark the quiz or not. إذا كنا هناخد any more of the actual skills بتاعتنا or just hacks today we will determine together as we move together كده ونشوف هنوصل لإيه على حسب مجموعة الهاكس اللي عندنا كتير ولا قليلة وعلى حسب السرعة اللي هنمشي بيها. Now عايزك تركز في حاجة مهمة جدا 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 وهي إن لازم وأنا شغال وبحل سواء بتحل معايا في الحصة أو بتحل لوحدك في البيت إنك تركز على الدبث، تركز على العمق، يعني تركز على إن كل سؤال أنت بتحله تكون فاهم له كويس جدا ليه الصح بتاعه صح وليه التلاتة الغلط غلط، وتنظم حالك وتكتب الهاكس وتكتب السكيلز بطريقة very very efficient لأن ده اللي هيفرق معاك إن شاء الله في الامتحان. أما إنك تحل كتير في وقت قليل علشان تبقى اسمك حليت كتير فده ضرره أكتر من نفعه بكتير جدا. وهيجي السؤال الشهير اللي بتسأله كل حصة تقريبا، أنا في الامتحان التايم بتاعي بيبقى قليل، أنا لما بحل في البيت بحل كويس بالراحة، لو بحل بسرعة بحتاس وبغلط كتير. ده طبيعي، مش وحش ومش غلط ومش عيب. Okay? This is a stage، مرحلة الأولى إنك تعرف تحل صح بالراحة. When you master المرحلة دي وتقدر تحل صح كتير وكويس قوي بالراحة تبتدي تشتغل على حتة التايم. ده الترتيب الطبيعي اللي عند كل الناس. لو انت عايز تعكس الترتيب وتبدأ الأول بإنك تعرف تحل بسرعة، غلط أو صح مش هتفرق، وبعدين عايز تخليه صح، عمرك في حياتك ما هتوصل. هقولها مرة كمان عشان الجملة دي مهمة جدا. الترتيب الطبيعي المنطقي مراحل الSAT كالآتي: المرحلة الأولى أتعلم إزاي أحل صح كويس قوي في تايم كبير، اخد وقت كتير بس احل صح كتير. وبعد كده لما تتعود على انك تحل صح كتير كويس قوي تبتدي انك انت تظبط التايم بتاعك فتعرف كمان تحل بسرعة. اما العكس عمره ما هينجح. ما ينفعش تبتدي بانك تحل بسرعة كتير وتغلط كتير وبعدين تقول انا عايز اعالج المشكلة بقى واجيب اجابات كتيرة صح. It is impossible. اوكي؟ اختار دلوقتي الطريق اللي انت عايزه. مصر تحل بسرعة في تايم قليل وتحل اسئلة كتير وتغلط كتير وتجيب سكور وحش، براحتك، هتفضل كده على طول. ناوي تصبر شوية وتتعلم تحل كويس بجد وتجيب سكور حلو بجد بس مشكلتك الوحيدة هي التايم، هتتحل بس it will take some time. choose now وانا مش مسؤول. ماشي؟ طيب. يلا بينا هنحل مع بعض الباسج دي اللي هي passage number 3 في official SAT test number 1. Now احنا قلنا الكلام ده قبل كده كتير وبحب دايما ان احنا نفتكر الحاجات دي لانها مهمة. الشباب لو سمحتوا كرولوس بعد اذنك ما تقعدوش جنب بعض لو ناويين تتكلموا. اوكي؟ ما اسمعش صوت. بص بقى، بحب دايما اراجع على الحاجات المهمة اللي هتفيدنا في الاكزام واللي هتخلينا عندنا المايند سيت بتاع الامتحان. حضرتك هنا عندك official test 1 reading. عندي كام passage؟ كام passage؟ اي reading section هيبقى فيه 5 passages. ال 5 passages دول لازم يكون في واحد منهم ايه؟ literature. passage 1 كانت literature اللي هي بتاعت أكيرا، ولازم يكون فيها واحدة social science، ولازم يبقى فيها 2 science، ولازم يبقى فيها واحدة history. طيب passage 2 اللي حليناها المرة اللي فاتت كانت ايه؟ بتاعت الجيفت جيفرز. social science اللي هي بتاعت الجيفتس. passage 3 اللي هنعملها دلوقتي science اللي هي بتاعت الدي ان اي. passage 4 و passage 5 لازم واحدة فيهم تبقى ايه؟ science، والتانية لازم تبقى ايه؟ US history. اوكي؟ خلي دايما النظام ده في بالك، كل امتحان نفس الحاجة، very straightforward، موضوع منظم، وده بيسهل علينا حاجات كتيرة جدا. ماشي شباب؟ ماشي، يلا بينا. science passage، وعرفنا انها science من قراية البلورب ومن الماب بتاع السكشن الريدنج كله على بعضه. هبتدي هنا دايما بالبلورب، وبالذات في الساينس باسجز وفي السوشيال ساينس باسجز زي ما اتفقنا بنحاول نطلع ايه دايما من البلورب ومن التايتل؟ keywords. This passage is adapted from J.D. Watson and F.H.C. Crick. ده أسامي scientists، وأسامي الauthors أو scientists مش مهمة. Genetical implications of the structure of، والبتاعة دي للي عنده أي معلومات هي DNA by مش عارف إيه publishing group. Watson and Crick deduced the structure of DNA, a structure of DNA and a structure of DNA, using evidence from Rosalind Franklin and R.G. Gosling's X-ray crystallography diagrams of DNA and from مش عارف مين's data on the base composition of DNA. يبقى مين المين keywords بتاعة الباسج دي؟ structure composition يعني structure of DNA دي الكلمات اللي متكرر. خلاص كلام جميل. then what؟ هتيجي في المرحلة التانية في الساينس باسج، وهي اقرا الباسج ولا ما اقراهاش؟ ردينا على السؤال ده قبل كده وهنقوله تاني بالتفصيل بس مش النهارده. المهم انك انت حضرتك او حضرتك في الامتحان يا هتقرا ده يا مش هتقرا based on حاجات تانية كتير وهنراجع عليها قبل الامتحان ان شاء الله. مهم يعني يا هتقرا يا لا. سواء هتقرا الباسج على بعضه او مش هتقرا الباسج على بعضه، لازم نعمل حاجة مهمة جدا بنسميها ايه؟ مين حضر معايا level X بارح؟ map. Making a map of the thing you will read or the thing you will study or the questions you will solve is extremely important. It prepares your mind, it prepares your brain efficiently before you do the actual reading or solving or studying. Example: I have a passage in front of me. I may choose to read the whole passage and then go work on the questions. Or I may choose not to read the whole passage and go directly to the questions. In either case, you should first map the passage. Mapping the passage means doing the following. Number 1, realize that this is a science passage. And since it's a science passage, we have a popular hack. What's our popular hack? Science passages and social science passages as well, but science passages especially, are always going to be organized. You will have an introduction, then you will have a study or an experiment or a research or a number of experiments or studies. Then you will have the results or the findings of this or those experiments. Then you may have an extra conclusion at the end. Let's map. So we look here. This is the first paragraph. So this is going to be my introduction. This paragraph may also be an introduction, or it may be the beginning of the experiment or the research. Then we follow, and we probably have here the actual details, research, or experiment. And you can know this by finding names of scientists or by finding some technical terms such as purines, the pairs, hydrogen bond, okay, purine, pyrimidine, adenine, thymine. This looks like it's the part where we have the details. Then you will have at some point your results at the end or your conclusion. I don't have to read every single word, but I need to know how it looks like. يبقى يا شباب أنا عندي هنا map، خريطة للباسج. خريطة الباسج بتقول لي science passage, introduction، شرح، results، conclusion. table بيتكلم على ايه؟ على الدي ان ايه. خدت فكرة عن الموضوع، هبتدي احل على طول. عايز تقراها اقراها، مش عايز تقراها ما تقراهاش. بناء على ايه مستر كريم؟ قلنا هنبقى نقول بعدين. المهم ان انا ايه؟ لازم اخد فكرة عن الباسج الاول. حلو؟ حلو. تعالى بقى بص. هناخد هاك. تعالوا نكتبها سوا بليز. Science and social science main keywords hack. واكتب جنبها هنا especially in science passages. يبقى الهاك دي تشتغل في الساينس وتشتغل في السوشيال ساينس في الاثنين، ولكنها اقوى في الساينس. ماشي. وقبل بس ما اكتب همسة بتقول حاجة، بتقول ساعات البلورب ما بتبقاش فيها معلومات كتير. ده صحيح يا همسة، بس most of the times بيبقى فيها معلومات كتير. اوكي؟ يعني ممكن البلورب في واحدة من الباسجز تبقى المعلومات اللي فيها قليلة، الكلام اللي فيها قليل، ممكن. اوكي؟ وارد. بس most of the times بيبقى فيها. تعالوا بقى نكتب الهاك وركز قوي. The correct answers of most questions في الساينس والسوشيال ساينس passages especially general questions. مين ال general questions اللي بتسألني على الباسج كلها على بعضها، شبه بتاع الشيفت بس general question اللي ما فيهوش citation، اللي بيسألني على كل الباسج. The correct answers of most questions في science و social science especially general questions will contain the passages main keywords اللي هي بنسميها MKWS. قبل ما أشرح أكتر من كده ممكن نفهم مع بعض يعني إيه الكلام ده؟ حضرتك عندك passage science أو social science بتتكلم على main idea معينة، على main keywords معينة، كلمات مهمة معينة، وبعدين عندك أسئلة على الباسج دي. غالبية الإجابات الصح لازم يكون فيها الكلمات دي. فمثلا احنا لسه دلوقتي بادئين passage بتتكلم على ال structure of DNA، دي المين keywords بتاعتها. غالبية الإجابات هيبقى فيها كلمة ايه؟ DNA أو structure of DNA، خاصة الأسئلة الجنرال. يبقى لو انت مش فاهم، لو انت مستعجل، لو عندك مشكلة في الامتحان ومحتاج تعمل جس سريع، تعمل جس للإجابات اللي فيها المين keywords. مفهومة؟ حلو. طب المين keywords دول أجيبهم منين؟ قال لك المين keywords تقدر تجيبهم من 3 حتت. نمبر 1 من التايتل. اوكي، ودي من المميزات بتاعة الساينس والسوشيال ساينس، فاهمين؟ لأن هما دول اللي فيهم تايتل. الليتراتشر مثلا باسج ما فيهوش تايتل في حاجة معينة، مش هتفرق معايا في حاجة في المعنى. نمبر 2 من البلورب. ايه الفرق ما بين التايتل والبلورب؟ التايتل بيبقى جوه البلورب، بس التايتل اللي هو عنوان الباسج، البلورب هو بقية الكلام اللي حوالين العنوان. ونمبر 3 مين يقدر يقول لي؟ ها؟ طيب في ناس بتقول لي introduction، كذا حد قال introduction، في ناس بتقول لي first lines، يعني معروفة. بس افرض ان انا مش هقرا introduction، او يعني مش شرط الانترودكشن يكون اول paragraph حتى. graph keywords إذا كان في graph. برافو يا ريم. ودي تريك ناس كتير قوي ما بتاخدش بالها منها. اوكي، ادهم جمال، ادهم خد بالك الحته دي مهمه، من فضلك اكتبها بسرعه جدا. اوكي، هعيدها بسرعه، ركز فيها. science passage او social science passage قبل ما ابتدي اعمل فيها اي حاجه خالص، لو حضرتها كويس هوفر على نفسي وقت كتير قوي. احضر ازاي؟ نمبر 1 نبص بص على الباسج على بعضها زي ما بنعمل في ليفل اكس. introduction، experiments، شرح، research، results، conclusion. ناخد بالنا الموضوع ماشي ازاي. ساعات هيبقى عند حضرتك كذا experiment، بيعملهم كذا ساينتست. تاخد بالك من اسامي الساينتستس موجودين فين، مش لازم تقراها كلها بس تاخد فكره عنها. تاني حاجه بقى اللي هي مهمه جدا، المين كيوردز بتاعه الباسج. قبل ما ابتدي احل اي حاجه، المين كيوردز بتاعه الباسج بتقول الهاك دي ان الاجابات الصح بتاعه كل الاسئله تقريبا، بس خاصه الجنرال، هيكون جوه الاجابه الصح المين كيوردز بتوع الباسج. طب هعرف منين المين كيوردز؟ هدور عليهم في التايتل، هدور فيهم في البلورب اللي هي الانترودكشن اللي جنب التايتل، وهدور عليهم في الجراف كيوردز اذا كان في جراف. اوكي، ايزي ايزي. هتعلم على الحاجات دي هيفضلوا قدامك، وانت بتحل ترجع تستعمل المين كيوردز دي على قد ما تقدر. نعم، حد عايز يسأل حاجة؟ حاضر، تعالوا نبص مع بعض على الاكزامبل. يلا. ادي science passage official test 1 passage number 3. اوكي، بص بقى. This passage is adapted from J.D. Watson مش عارف مين Genetical Implications of the Structure of DNA. Structure of DNA, X-ray crystallography diagrams of DNA, database composition DNA. دي الكيوردز. أكتر كلمات متكررة هي أهم كلمات. طب إيه أكتر كلمات متكررة؟ Structure اللي هي composition نفس الفكرة DNA. تعال بقى على graph. بص keywords base composition of DNA. يعني composition structure و DNA. اوكي، نقرا هنا DNA structure revisiting ده مش عارف مين. يبقى مين المين keywords بتوعي؟ DNA و structure. اوكي، حطهم كده جوه بوكسز ولا حاجه. دول المين كيوردز بتوع حضرتك. اوكي، يلا بينا. انا هبتدي احل على طول من غير ما اقرا الباسج. جاهزين؟ زي ما عملنا ماب للباسج هنعمل ماب للكويستشنز. 22 نوعها ايه بسرعه؟ بارت 1 بارت 2 صح؟ اوكي، يبقى اوعى تبص على البارت 2 زي ما ناس كتيره هنا بصت. سوري، ثانيه واحده. اوعى تبص زي ما ناس كتيره هنا بصت ان دول شكلهم بارت 2. البارت 2 question لازم يكون في كلمه ايه؟ evidence of the previous question. يبقى ده سؤال ماله specific، وده سؤال ماله specific برضو. طيب 24 specific برضو، بيسألني على line numbers معينة. طيب 25 بسرعة specific برضو؟ ماشي، لا specific. طيب ركز، اكتب specific questions. في منهم نوعين. نوع في line citation، والنوع التاني ماله no line citation. اوكي، ده example يقول لي in lines 29 ل 30 زي السؤال ده كده مثلا. طب وبتاع no line citation هيقول لي the author mentions the density of مش عارف ايه. يبقى النوع التاني اللي هو no line citations ما فيهوش line numbers. اوكي بس فيه ايه؟ ها فيه ايه؟ keyword. دول مش general. الجنرال question بيسألك على الباسج كلها، انما specific question اللي no line citation ده مش general لانه بيحدد لك keyword. هو بيتكلم على حتة معينة زي number 25. بص على 25 كده. The author's main purpose of including the information about X-ray evidence and density. يبقى density و X-ray دول مالهم؟ keywords. يبقى number 25 ده ماله؟ specific question no line citation. طب no line citation يبقى هعرف منين هو بيتكلم على ايه؟ هعرفها من الكيوردز كده. هدور على الحته اللي في الباسج اللي بتتكلم على الاكس راي وبتتكلم على ال density. ماشي؟ طيب تعالى نكتب حاجه سريعه كده. finding specific question citations hack. بص بقى حضرتك دلوقتي عايز تلاقي ال specific question citation. زي ما اتفقنا عندك حل من اتنين، يا اما السايتيشن فيها line numbers يبقى هعمل ايه؟ read the sentence in these line numbers. طبعا مفيش حاجة اسمها sentence in the numbers in the line numbers، بس انتوا فاهمين انا اقصد ايه. زي ما بنعمل عادي 12 ل 19 يبقى نقرا sentence اللي في 12 ل 19. ممكن نقرا قبليها حته بعديها حته، المهم تقرا sentence على بعضها او sentences على بعضها. دي سهله. ده نمبر 1. نمبر 2 بقى وهي دي اللي فيها الهاك الجديده. ده مش نفس الكلام اللي انا قلته على فكره من شويه، ده different. نمبر 2 بقى لو عندك no line citation ساعتها هيبقى عندك ايه؟ keywords in the question. read the sentence أو the sentences around these keywords. اوكي ببساطة مرة تانية عشان اللي مش فاهم. citation مدياك line numbers، ارجع اقرا السنتنس او السنتنسز اللي حوالين اللاين نمبرز دول. نمبر 2 السايتيشن بتاعتك ما فيهاش لاين نمبرز، هتدور في السؤال على هدور في السؤال على ايه؟ على keywords. طيب لقيت الكيوردز دول هعمل ايه؟ هروح اقرا الحته اللي حوالين الكيوردز. خلاص؟ طيب تحتيها بقى الحته الجديده. ترتيب هاك. most specific questions will be in the order of the passage. ايه بقى الفايدة اللي عندي هنا؟ We can easily locate in no line citations using keywords plus الترتيب هاك. وهديك example. اكتب بس الحته دي الاول عشان اديك الاكزامبل. يلا بسرعه. حاضر يا سيف. I'll try بس نكتب دي الاول. Example. Question 7 بيقول لحضرتك in lines 12 to 19 و question 9 وسيب space في النص بيقول لحضرتك in lines 27 to 29 ونمبر 8 في النص بقى بيقول لك the author states that density ماله. هنعمل ايه بقى يا عبقرة في الحالة دي؟ مين يقول لي؟ برافو عليك. Look for the key word density اللي خدتها من السؤال especially between lines 19 and 27. اشمعنى 19 و 27؟ ماشي؟ يبقى انا هيجيلي في الامتحان اسئله، الاسئله دي فيها keywords بدل line citations بدل line numbers. لو انت عارف ترتيب الاسئله بتاعتك لانها غالبا ماشيه بترتيب الباسج، فانت عارف ان نمبر 8 غالبا مكانها في الباسج بعد مكان نمبر 7 وقبل مكان نمبر 9. وكمان عندك keyword اللي هي density، فانت تروح تدور على density دي موجوده فين وانت عارف انها موجوده غالبا ما بين 19 و 27. طيب هل الكلام ده لازم؟ هل دايما؟ لا مش دايما، ممكن يبقى فيها لعب شويه، انما most of the times هتبقى منظمه بالشكل ده بالظبط. فانت لو ركزت قوي في الحته دي you're done. اوكي؟ ماشي. اوكي اقول لك انا عايز لو حد عايز يشوفها على بعضها اهي، وادي اللي قبليها اهي كمان اللي كان عايز. اوكي يلا بينا نرجع. Number 26. Specific. 27. Number 28. graph. طالما السؤال جه جراف يبقى لازم اللي وراه يكون ايه؟ خلاص، اللي ما يعرفش الكلام ده يكتبه. الجراف بيجوا دايما بالترتيب. اول ما تيجي واحده جراف يبقى كل اللي فاضل جراف. ساعات بيبقوا اخر 3، ساعات بيبقوا اخر 4. طيب اكتب لو سمحت graph questions. في نوعين من graph questions. في نوع اسمه graph only، وفي نوع تاني اسمه graph plus passage. الجراف only ده اللي هو بيعمل ايه؟ graph only ده اللي هو بيبقى غالبا easy، لان كل المطلوب منك تشوف اذا كانت الاجابه صح ولا غلط بالنسبه للجراف. graph plus passage بيبقى طالب منك تشوف اجابه صح بالنسبه للجراف وكمان صح بالنسبه للباسج، فلازم تقرا في الباسج وتفكر فيها شويه، فبتاخد وقت زياده، ساعات بتبقى اصعب. حضرتك يا عزيزي عايز في الامتحان تبقى استغلالي. من اهم حاجات اللي في الامتحان انك انت اهم صفة تبقى فيك انك تبقى شخص استغلالي، بني ادم استغلالي انتهازي. طب ازاي تبقى انتهازي واستغلالي في الامتحان؟ بانك تحاول تحل الاسئلة السهلة السريعة الاول. لما نيجي في الامتحان وقدامنا graph questions زي اللي قدام حضراتكم 4 graph questions، اوعى تفكر بالمنطق اللي هو بتاع المذاكرة عامة أو بتاع الحياة عامة، اللي هو أخلص الصعب الأول وبعدين أعمل السهل. المنطق ده حلو في حياتك وكويس في مذاكرتك وفي كل حاجة، إنك أنت تخلص الحاجة الصعبة الأول، الحاجة اللي بتاخد وقت الأول تخلصها تخلص منها وبعدين تعمل الحاجات الصغيرة، صح. إنما في الامتحان اوعى تعمل كده. في الامتحان خلص السهل والسريع الأول وبعدين شوف وقتك بقى للي هياخد وقت كتير، لأن السهل عليه درجة والصعب عليه درجة برضو. Number 28 based on the table and passage. يبقى نوع السؤال ده graph ولا graph plus passage؟ Number 29 do the data in the table support the author's proposed pairing؟ طالما قال لك author يبقى لا علاقة برضو بالpassage. 30 according to the table which of the following pairs of base percentages provides evidence in support of the previous question؟ ايه ده؟ ده سؤال غريب جدا، يمكن اول واخر مره يجي كانه part 1 part 2 question بس في الجراف. يبقى ده هنعتبره تبع number 29 part 2 وده part 1. طب number 31 based on the table is the percentage of adenine in each organism's DNA the same or does it vary? And which statement made by the authors يبقى برضه plus passage. كلهم من النوع الصعب. الوحيدة اللي يمكن ما تبقاش من النوع الصعب قوي هي 28، لان باينه ان كل اجاباتها ارقام فهتبقى من التيبل، ولكن لو جيت حلتها لوحدها مش هتعرف تحلها، لازم ترجع للباسج. يبقى كل دول من النوع الصعب. اوكي، يبقى الاربعه من النوع الصعب. طيب تعالى بقى نبتدي نحل. اكتر نوع اسئله بنعرف نحله كويس هو السبيسيفيك، كله سبيسيفيك وجراف، مفيش جنرال ومفيش فوكاب. يلا بينا. نمبر 22، واحنا على فكره في اسئله كتير من دول حليناهم في بوك 4 قبل كده كاكزامبلز. اوكي، فهتلاقوا ان في حاجات انتوا عارفينها، فبسرعه بقى ننجزها سوا. The authors use the word backbone في 3 و 39 to indicate that. لما جينا حلينا دي زمان لو تفتكروا استعملنا فيها similar answer choices hack، طبعا dividing و comparing answer choices، ولقينا ان الاجابه A DNA B DNA C DNA و D DNA، ولكن B و C هما اللي فيهم DNA molecule، فقمنا قلنا ان B و C similar. وبعدين جينا بعد كده وقلنا ان B فيها كلمة structure و D فيها كلمة structure، يبقى الإجابة B والإجابة دي similar. فاكرين الكلام ده؟ وبعدين جينا قلنا ان هنا عندي كلمة chains of DNA، هنا عندي chain وهنا عندي chain، يبقى الثلاث اجابات دول similar. 1 2 3. just using similar answer choices، مين احلى اجابة؟ لانها اكتر واحدة متكررة، ولكن ده كان زمان وانتوا صغيرين في ليفل 1. انا اسف صوتي رايح خالص. excuse me. الكلام ده كان زمان وانتوا صغيرين في ليفل 1. طب احنا دلوقتي كبرنا واحنا صغيرين في ليفل 2. قلنا ايه؟ قلنا ان دي احلى اجابة عشان التلاتة سيميلر زي ما قلنا في ليفل 1، بس لازم نروح نتأكد من السايتيشن. النهاردة بقى انتوا كبار وليفل 3. افرض ان انا ما عنديش وقت ارجع للسايتيشن، في حاجة تطمنك ان الاجابة دي حلوة من غير ما ترجع للسايتيشن؟ قول تاني. ماشي، ايه تاني؟ ماشي، ما هي structure. ايوه، لا، structure ودي ان ايه، مين دول؟ المين keywords اللي احنا حضرناهم في الاول. يبقى similar answer choices بتقول لي ان دي حلوه، وكمان فيها المين keywords اللي انا كنت حضرتهم في الاول 90% chance الاجابه بي من غير ما ارجع للسايتيشن. اوكي، طبعا لو رجعت للسايتيشن هتلاقي repeating units دي موجوده اللي هي regular، يعني حاجه متكرره، عشان كده الاجابه بي اكيد صح. اوكي، وارجع لها، حليناها زمان. تعالوا نرجع لها. حاضر. بصوا على 3 الاول. The molecule is a very long chain, the backbone of which consists of a regular alternation of sugar and phosphate groups. Regular يعني متكرر. اوكي، طيب تاني كانت 39. The phosphate sugar backbone of our model is completely regular. خلاص؟ طيب هنا في هاك تانية ممكن نكتبها بسرعة. نكتبها بسرعة، يمكن تكونوا كتبتوها بطريقة different. تعالوا نكتبها النهاردة بسرعة. كانت question كام دي؟ 23 22 2 ولا 3؟ طيب compare the two citations, look for common keywords. common keywords دول probably should be in the correct answer. يبقى هو بيديني هدية لما يقول لي كلمة backbone اللي موجودة في 3 و 39، يبقى هو قايل لي انها في 3 و 39. اقرا citation line 3، اقرا citation line 39، قارنهم ببعض، هتلاقي في كلمة او كلمتين common. خد الكلمة او الكلمتين دول وبص على الاجابات بتاعت السؤال. الاجابة الصح غالبا هيبقى فيها حاجة منهم. تعال ناخد الاكزامبل وبص معايا وركز. citation 3 line 3 اللي هي sentence كان فيها ايه؟ regular والsugar and phosphate. وهنا كان في phosphate sugar وregular. ارجع بقى للإجابات. فين الإجابات اللي فيها كلمة regular repeating؟ ومحدش يقول لي ما اعرفش ان دي معناها regular، دي كلمة مهمة ولازم تبقى عارفها دلوقتي. regular مش معناها عادي وخلاص، حاجة العادية هي الحاجة المتكررة، عشان كده هي عادية، فregular يعني repeating. طب وفين sugar وphosphate؟ phosphate وsugar. في أي إجابة تانية فيها sugar وphosphate أو regular؟ يبقى أحلى إجابتين B و C. أوكي؟ مستر كريم، أنا في الامتحان كنت هختارها C. ليه؟ علشان فيها phosphates وsugars، وphosphate وsugar موجودة في line 3 وفي 39 الاتنين. وبصراحة repeating ما كنتش أعرف إن معناها regular. أرد عليه أقول له إيه ده؟ برافو عليكم. هقول له حاجتين. حاجة الأولانية ما تنساش المين keyword skill. structure و DNA موجودين في B مش موجودين في C. C ما فيهاش structure. وأقول له على حاجة تانية صغيرة قد كده، قد كده كده، حرفين. or. ارجع للسايتيشن line 3 كانت بتقول phosphate and sugar. يبقى السايتيشن يا يوسف ما تجيش متأخر من فضلك. السايتيشن كانت بتقول phosphate and sugar. هنا بيقول لك phosphate or sugar، يبقى يفرق عن بعض، يبقى سي غلط وبي هي الإجابة الصح. اوكي، خليها سيف كمان شوية بليز. Now دي بتتكلم عن nitrogenous bases form the main structural unit of DNA. فين nitrogenous bases في lines 3 و 39؟ ما كانش فيه nitrogenous bases. That's why. اوكي؟ B كانت صح لأنها كانت similar في 3 حاجات، ما تنسيش كلمة chain كمان يا هلا. ماشي يا عمرو؟ A student claims that nitrogenous bases pair randomly with one another. أول ما تلاقي كلمة claims في السؤال أو would be أو most likely حاجة زي كده، تعرف إن السؤال ده hypothetical، سؤال افتراضي. هنا بيقولك في student بيدعي، يبقى ما فيش student في الباسج، ده بيفترض افتراض. يعني لو واحد ادعى that nitrogenous bases pair randomly with one another, which of the following statements in the passage contradicts the student's claims؟ سؤال زي ده يا شباب، واحنا عدى علينا واحد زي ده في level 1 وفي level 2 في ال specific questions، اللي هو سؤال وبعدين عندي ال4 citations. آية، هنا، رأيكم ايه؟ بنحله ازاي؟ طريقة حل السؤال، مش عايز الإجابة بس، بعمل ايه لما الاقي سؤال زي ده؟ بحله كأنه part 1 part 2. ازاي؟ باخد من السؤال keywords، واخد الكيوردز دول وارجع ادور عليهم هنا تحت. طب مين الكيوردز اللي عندي؟ A student claims that nitrogenous bases. ادهم، ايه الكيورد التانية؟ اختار لي كيورد تانية تدور عليها دلوقتي. ها، في السؤال في ايه تاني كيورد؟ wake up، قولوا. ماشي، ما تخافوش يا جماعة. nitrogenous bases pair randomly with one another. Which of the following statements in the passage، خد بالك، contradicts يعني الإجابة الصح هتبقى إيه؟ عكس السايتيشن. أوكي؟ يعني أنا هدور على سايتيشن يا منى، بتقول ان النيتروجينous bases pair randomly ولا بتقول العكس؟ العكس عشان بيقول contradicts. طب يلا نرجع lines 5 to 6. To each sugar is attached a nitrogenous base which can be of 4 different types. فيها nitrogenous base بس فيها pair أو randomly تبقى إيه مش حلو. ها بي كانت line كام؟ ساعدوني. 9 to 10. B. So far as is known, the sequence of bases along the chain is irregular. فيها nitrogenous? فيها pair? Randomly? No. C. 24 to 25. 23 to 25. The bases are joined together in pairs. ركز. Bases اللي هي nitrogenous bases. Pairs. قربنا. A single base from one chain being hydrogen bonded to a single base from the other. كلام جميل يبقى سي تنفع. D. ها 27 ل 29. تعال نبص. One member of a pair must be a purine and the other a pyrimidine in order to bridge between the two chains. طب ما ده كمان يعتبر ايه؟ بتاع البير. طب استناني بقى. هو كان عايز النيتروجينous bases اللي هو واضح ان كلهم بيتكلموا عليها. وعايزهم يبير. سي ودي فيهم البير. بس بيقول لك ان هما بيبيروا randomly. وانا عايز اجابة عكس random. ايه اللي عكس random؟ يعني random عشوائي. طب عكس عشوائي يعني ماشي بايه؟ بنظام. له رول. هل سي فيها رول ولا دي فيها رول؟ تعال بص تاني على سي. The bases are joined together in pairs, a single base from one chain being hydrogen bonded to a single base from the other. يبقى واحدة من هنا مع واحدة من هنا. يمكن ده مش random. تعال نبص على دي. One member of a pair must be a purine and the other a pyrimidine. مين من دول شكله رول أكتر؟ دي. لأنه قال لك لازم واحد يكون بيورين ولازم التاني يبقى pyrimidine. يبقى الإجابة دي. ليه بقى الإجابة دي؟ لأن ده عكس إن البيسز pair randomly. لا ده مش randomly. ده لازم كل بيورين يجي معاه واحد pyrimidine. ما ينفعش اتنين بيورينز مع بعض. ما ينفعش اتنين pyrimidines مع بعض. Okay? In the second paragraph, what do the authors claim to be a feature of biological interest? السؤال ده حلناه زمان برضو. ركز بقى في طريقة حله وفتح مخك معايا من فضلك. ده السايتيشن. ولكن في تريك. إن السؤال بيقول لي إيه؟ What do the authors claim to be a feature of biological interest? يبقى كمان مديني keyword. يبقى أنا هقرا 12 ل 19 بس هقراها كلها على بعضها ولا هركز بالذات على الحتة اللي بتتكلم على biological interest؟ حلو أوي. 12 ل 19 biological interest. ها راحت فين biological interest؟ أهي. The first feature of our structure which is of biological interest is that it consists not of one chain but of two. خلاص هي دي الإجابة. في إجابة فيها chain؟ بس خلاص هي دي. أوكي؟ طب استناني كده معلش دقيقة واحدة. مش دي DNA؟ لما DNA يكون شكله إنه معمول من 2 chains مش ده الستراكشر بتاعه؟ تاني main keywords. أوكي؟ ماشي. 25. The author's main purpose of including the information about X-ray evidence and density. يلا بقى نلعب اللعبة بتاعتنا. ما عنديش line numbers بس عارف إنه بيتكلم على X-ray وبيتكلم على density. السؤال اللي فات أنا عارف مكانه كان فين 12 ل 19. يبقى هنروح بعد 12 ل 19 وندور فين في كلمة X-ray وفين في density. الإجابة بص، السؤال اللي فات كانت إجابته فين؟ أهو بالأخضر أهو. اقرا بقى وراها اكس راي. فين density؟ فين لاين كام؟ $29 18 فين؟ قولوا لي انتوا. اهي. اوكي ماشي. همسح بس هنا شويه. دلوقتي اكتشفنا باستخدام الترتيب هاك ان الكيوردز بتاعتي اكس راي ودنسيتي موجودين هنا. بس السؤال بص كان بيقول لك ايه؟ The author's main purpose. main purpose يبقى عندي ايه؟ part وهو. طيب فين الاكس راي والدنسيتي؟ موجودين في اخر الباراجراف. يبقى نقرا ايه الباراجراف على بعض. The first feature of our structure, which is of biological interest, is that it consists not of one chain, but of two. These two chains are both coiled around a common fiber axis. It has often been assumed that since there was only one chain in the chemical formula, there would only be one in the structural unit. However, the density taken with the X-ray evidence suggests very strongly that there are two. مين المين ايديا بتاعت الباراجراف ده؟ مين الكلمات اللي عماله تتكرر؟ سهل قوي. chain two chains. chain one two. يبقى كل الفكرة ان ما فيش one chain انما في two chains. يبقى الهدف من الاكس راي والدنسيتي ده ايه؟ حاجة لها علاقة بالchains اكيد. تعالوا نبص. establish that DNA is the molecule that carries the genetic information extra. محدش قال كده في paragraph. Present an alternate hypothesis about the composition of a nucleotide. ما شفتش الكلمة دي خالص. extra. Provide support for the author's claim about the number of chains في DNA. هي دي. Confirm the relationship between the density of DNA and the known chemical formula of DNA. لا مش هي. extra. أنا عايز chain. سهل ولا صعب؟ سهل. 26. Based on the passage, the author's statement, if a pair consisted of two purines, for example, there would be no room for it, implies that a pair ماله. ركز معي، تعال نحلها زي ما حليناها زمان. هقول لكم على حاجة. 26 مين شايف ان اجابتها A؟ بسرعة يقول لي A. اوكي مين شايف انها B؟ C. D. اوكي السؤال ده حليناه قبل كده سوا ولا لا؟ ما ينفعش يكون في سؤال حليناه قبل كده مع بعض وما تبقاش فاكر 100% اجابته ايه وليه. عندنا في السنتر في اسكندرية أجهزة مراقبة متطورة بسمع بيها حاجات كتير وبشوف بيها حاجات كتير. امبارح كان عندنا حصة بتاعت ليفل اكس واستفضنا جامد جدا في الباسج. قعدنا مدة طويلة جدا عمالين بنحل في الباسج، خدنا كمية مهولة من الهاكس والمراجعة والنوتس وكتبنا وعملنا وشخبطنا. تعالوا اوريكم. معلش ثانية واحدة عشان عايز اقول لكم على قصة يعني. اوكي كان امتحان ابريل 2017. يعني بصوا الباسج، بصوا. ايوه لا بصوا الشخبطه، يعني بصوا اشتغلنا قد ايه. بصوا كتبنا حاجات كتير ويعني الموضوع خد مننا مجهود وشغل جامد جدا. ففي ناس سمعتها وهي يعني مش بتشتكي يعني ان احنا بقالنا كتير قوي، بقالنا ساعة بنحل بس في الأربع أسئلة دول. اوكي ان شاء الله النهارده، ولا بلاش احرقها علشان في ناس هنا حاضره اصلها هتحضر معانا في ليفل 4. الناس اللي حاضره معانا دلوقتي في ليفل اكس وناويه وهتحضر معانا في ليفل اكس كمان شويه لو سمحتوا، من فضلكم ما حدش فيكم يزوغ بعد اللي انا هقوله ده. مستر احمد، اي حد هنا المفروض يحضر ليفل اكس اتاكد انه يحضر معانا في ليفل اكس. ها ما ادهم، اقعد لي ادهم. فجم وقال لك بقى لنا ساعه في الاربع اسئله دول. النهارده بقى هعمل لهم حركه في الحصه، هجيب لهم الاربع اسئله دول واقول لهم الاجابه ايه، واتحداكم ان الناس اللي كانت بتشتكي مش هتفتكر الاجابه مع ان حلينا امبارح. اوكي ادهم، لا ادهم انا لسه هقول لك اهو. ادهم انا مش هجيب الاربعه دول، هجيب اربعه تاني. اوكي طيب افهموا بقى اللي انا عايز اقوله. يعني معلش بصوا، انا هدردش شويه بس اعتبروها بريك. خلاص ركزوا معايا بس والنبي. دلوقتي حضرتك عيان، انت عارف ان هو دي الفكره، ولو فهمتها كده الموضوع هيبقى سهل جدا. انت عيان وانا الدكتور وبديك دواء، هي كده. انت عيان اسيتي، عندك مرض الاسيتي، اوكي، وانا طبيب الاسيتي بديك دواء يخففك من المرض اللي عندك. حلوه ماشي. تخيل بقى انت عيان وبتاخد دواء وبتبلعه كل يوم، عمال تاخد في الدواء وما بيعملكش حاجه، ما بتخفش، يبقى في اي لازمه للدواء؟ لا. طيب نمبر 26 حليناها قبل كده سوا، ينفع النهارده اقول لك 26 اجابتها ايه؟ شويه ناس تقول لي A وشويه تقول لي B وشويه، ما ينفعش. طالما حليناها يبقى لازم تكون هنا ومقفول عليها، فاهمها وعارف اجابتها وعارف صح ليه وعارف غلط ليه، لان دي الفكره كلها. يوم الامتحان هتلاقي سؤال شبهه جدا، فتقدر انك انت تقول ايوه انا فاكر نمبر 26 اللي حليناها اللي كانت اجابتها كذا دي زيها. انما ما ينفعش تيجي في الامتحان وكانك ما عملتش حاجه، كانك عمال بتاخد دواء على الفاضي. اوكي ادهم، هنتقابل كمان شويه في ليفل اكس. بصوا بقى. Based on the passage, the author's statement, if a pair consisted of two purines, for example, there would not be room for it, implies that a pair may. عندي طريقتين لحل أي سؤال، يا أرجع للسايتيشن الأول وبعدين أجي للإجابات، يا ألعب في الإجابات الأول وبعدين أروح للسايتيشن. تعال نبتدي بالإجابات دلوقتي. A pair of purines would be large. A pair of purines would be large. A pair of pyrimidines would be larger. A pair of purine and a pyrimidine would be large. 4 إجابات كلهم بيقول لك X larger than Y. النص الأولاني larger than النص التاني. النص الأولاني purines، الإجابة A و B. يبقى A و B مالهم؟ simple. طيب larger than A النص التاني sugar وphosphate. B larger than A purine وpyrimidine. C larger than A 2 purines. D larger than A 2 pyrimidines. طيب purine pyrimidine purine pyrimidine، فممكن أقول إن دول similar مع بعض. حلو. يبقى مين أحلى واحدة just by using a similar hack؟ لأنها جاية مرتين. عايز تعمل جس اعمل جس. طب عايز تتأكد؟ تعال نرجع بقى للسايتيشن. بس مش هرجع للسايتيشن بقى أعك، مش هعمل أي حاجة. أنا عندي أفكار، عندي 2 بيورينز أكبر من ولا حاجات تانية هي اللي أكبر. تعال نبص. If a pair consisted of 2 purines، يعني 2 purines pair of purines، there would not be room for it. يوسف مجدي، لو عندك 2 بيورينز مش هيبقى في مكان. هو انا ليه كل ما اقول يوسف مجدي بيبص عليك؟ طب نجرب حاجة تانية. يوسف انت برضو لو عندك 2 بيورينز مش هيبقى في مكان، يبقى 2 بيورينز دول كبار ولا صغيرين؟ كبار. يبقى 2 بيورينز اكبر larger، يبقى A او B زي ما انا قلت. طب تعالى بقى نفهمها كلها. One member of a pair must be a purine and the other a pyrimidine. خلاص انا فهمت. واحدة بيورين وواحدة بايريميدين لازم. طب لو الاتنين بيورينز باظت ليه؟ علشان a pair of purines would be larger than a pair فيها بيورينية وبايريميدينية. يعني الإجابة B as I expected. sugar وفوسفات extra خالص. اوكي؟ الإجابة C contradiction. C عكس اللي احنا قريناه دلوقتي. اوكي؟ بيورين وبايريميدين larger برضه contradiction، لأن احنا عرفنا إن المفروض تبقى بيورين وبايريميدين. اوكي؟ لو مش فاهمها ارجع اقرا السايتيشن. It's very very easy. بس أنا هنا لما عملت الشغل ده الأول عرفت أحلها أسرع. The authors use the word exact, specific, and complement in lines 47 to 49 in the final paragraph functions mainly to ركز. Confirm that the nucleotide sequences are known for most molecules of DNA. Counter the claim that the sequences of bases along a chain can occur in any order. Support the claim that the phosphate sugar backbone of the author's model is completely regular. Emphasize how one chain of DNA may serve as a template to be copied during DNA replication. Compare answer choices. DNA. ركز بقى معايا في الحته اللي جايه دي. هل ان الاجابه A فيها كلمه DNA والاجابه D فيها كلمه DNA دي حاجه كويسه؟ يعني اتس اوكي يا اسماء، مش مشكله يا ريم، كويس حلو الاتنين similar ماشي وخلاص؟ ولا يا آية الاتنين حلوين قوي؟ حلوين قوي. عبد الرحمن حلوين قوي ليه؟ علشان مين كيورد. برافو عليكم اخيرا. يبقى هنا A ودي حلوين جدا. طب تعالى لي بقى، من الصبح واحنا عمالين نتكلم على حاجه اسمها ايه؟ تشين. مش التشين دي واضح انها حاجه مهمه برضو؟ حلو. يبقى بالاحمر A و D similar وبالاخضر B و D similar. دلوقتي هيجي واحد يقول لي مستر كريم انا بعمل اللعبه دي في البيت واقول يبقى دي احلى اجابه علشان هي اللي سيميلر مرتين، وبعدين اجي ابص على الاجابات والاقي ان الاجابه مش دي. اشمعنى بتشتغل البتاعه دي معاك وما بتشتغلش معانا؟ ليه حظك احسن مننا؟ ليه تفتكروا؟ ماشي، مش عارف ليه بصراحه. المهم انك لازم تتشيك السايتيشن، واحتمال تبقى غلطان عادي جدا. هيجي واحد يقول لي بس يا مستر كريم ده انا كده ابقى تعبت نفسي. تخيل يا عزيزي يا عبقري، بص لي عبقري، بص لي عبقريه، بص لي اصحي. تخيل لو انت قلت ان A و D حلوين عشان DNA و B و D حلوين علشان chain، يبقى احلى اجابه دي وفرحان بنفسك. فرجعت للسايتيشن، لما رجعت للسايتيشن لقيت ان ما فيهاش DNA وما فيهاش chain. تخيل ان في ناس بتزعل لما ما تلاقيش DNA ولا chain. ده انت المفروض تبقى مبسوط جدا. ليه؟ لان كده الثلاثه دول بقوا غلط، تبقى الاجابه C. خلاص خلصت. اوكي سو اختار وخش على السايتيشن وما تزعلش. 47 ل 49. طيب لازم نقرا من اول السنتنس. If the actual order of the bases on one of the pair of chains were given, one could write down the exact order of the bases on the other one because of the specific pairing. Thus, one chain is, as it were, the complement of the other. فيها chain ولا ما فيهاش؟ طيب قال لك ايه؟ one chain زي the other ده اللي هو ايه؟ copied. تبقى الإجابة دي. وإيه غلط بيه؟ غلط سي غلط، لأن كل الكلام الموجود ده هنا مش موجود في السيتيشن. ثانية واحدة. آية بتفتي. بص، مش آية سنتر، آية أونلاين. آية أونلاين بتفتي، بتقول إيه؟ بتقول لي استنى، فوسفيت شوجر ده عبارة عن دي ان ايه. الدي ان ايه عبارة عن فوسفيتس وشوجرز في بعض. بس ده في البيولوجي مش في الريدنج. في الريدنج انا عايز اكون as specific as possible للسايتيشن. السايتيشن بتاعتي كانت بتتكلم على التشين اللي موجود فين؟ جوه الدي ان ايه. ماليش كلمه دي ان ايه بس مفهوم انها في الدي ان ايه. هل الاجابه سي حتى لو فوسفيت شوجر هي دي ان ايه وانت عارفه المعلومه دي تقدري تستعمليها هنا؟ لا، ما ينفعش لان ما فيهاش التشين. اوكي. و as much as possible don't use، برافو اسماء، prior knowledge. على قد ما تقدروا استعملوا المعلومات اللي قدام عينيكم في الباسج، لان هو بيلعب على اللعبه دي انك انت عندك معلومات في مخك بتبني عليها اجابات والاجابه دي تطلع غلط. هو عايز يتريك يو بالشكل ده. do not rely on your prior information please. يلا 28 يا شباب. نعم بسرعه. حاضر. بص question 26 بيقول لي ان السايتيشن لاين 29 ل 30. خلاص، لما احنا جينا قرينا 29 ل 30، 29 ل 30 بتقول ايه؟ if a pair consisted of two purines for example there would not be room for it. ده لوحده كافي انك تعرف ان الاجابه لازم يكون فيها ايه؟ pair of purines. طب مين الاجابات اللي فيها pair of purines؟ A و B و C، لان فيها pair of purines في النص التاني. تمام؟ بقيه الاجابات كلها مش فيها حاجات تانية. طب الحاجات التانية دي مش موجوده في 29 ل 30. ده سيجنال انك انت لازم تقرا زياده طالما في اجابات، في معلومات في كل الاجابات مش موجوده. طيب ايه السيجنال التاني؟ السيجنال التاني ان هنا في حاجه شبه ما تنامش، شبه التيهاك. هتقولي بس مستر كريم ده هنا ما قاليش the pair، ده هنا قال لي a pair. فاكرين التيهاك ولا لا؟ لو قال لي the pair يبقى لازم اعمل ايه؟ لازم اقرا قبليها علشان اشوف the pair ده اللي هو مين. مفهوم؟ لو قال لك this pair يبقى لازم تقرا قبليها عشان تشوف البير ده اللي هو مين. طب هنا يا آية قال لي a pair، هنا رضوى قال لي a pair. مين قال بقى ان انا لازم اقرا اللي قبليها؟ حد يقول لي ليه؟ ما دي a مش ذا. صعب شويه السؤال ده، ركزوا فيه. ادهم، جنة، احمد، ساره. ماشي، دي برضو طريقه حلوه انك انت تجيبها بحته الاكزامبلز، انا معاك، بس برضو في حاجه تانية. ايه وهنا قولوا حاجه، انتوا نايمين ليه؟ ليه بقى first time؟ دي ايه مش ذا. ما قاليش a pair of A. ركز معايا. الحته دي مهمه قوي، ركز بليز. لو قلت لك the pair يبقى لازم اقرا before. ليه؟ لان هنا بيقول لك تيهاك. طب لو قال لي this pair يبقى لازم اريد before، لان هنا بيقول لي تيهاك. صح؟ في هاك. طيب ركز بقى في اللي جايه دي. لو قال لي a pair of shoes اقرا before دي كده اسمها ايه؟ first time، ما تقراش قبليها خلاص. انما افرض قال لك كده a pair ما قالكش of ايه، يبقى لازم تعمل ايه؟ read before. لان طالما قال لي a pair وما قاليش a pair of what، يبقى هي a pair of الحاجه اللي هو قالها لي قبل كده. يبقى لما اقول لك a pair بس كاني بقول لك the pair، بس لما اقول لك a pair of كذا يبقى انا هنا دي اول مره بحدد لك، يبقى خلاص مش لازم تقرا حاجه قبل كده. مفهومه؟ صعب؟ ماشي. ان شاء الله نكتبها مره تانية بطريقه منظمه اكتر شويه. بسرعه بقى. Based on the table and passage, which choice gives the correct percentages of the purines in yeast DNA؟ ركز بقى هننجزها بسرعه. purines في اليست دي ان اي. ارجع للجراف على طول. ده سؤال سهل جدا يا مستر كريم، ده يعني حاجه مش تاخد مننا دقايق. فين اليست؟ اهو. يلا بينا. ها انهي واحده من دول بقى البيورينز؟ يلا بينا. ما فيش عندي كلمه بيورينز. عندي ادينين، جوانين، سيتوزين، ثايمين. ما عنديش بيورين. بس السؤال ده كان سؤال ايه؟ جراف بلس باسج. يبقى هي دي التريك، انك لازم في الباسج ترجع وتعرف البيورين ده اللي هو ايه. طيب ايه الهاك اللي اقدر استعملها علشان اكتشف مين هو البيورين؟ first time hack. دور في الباسج على اول مره جت فيها كلمه بيورينز. ليه؟ لان انا عايز اعرف. يوسف معايا، ادهم معايا، ركزوا. مين من دول هو البيورينز؟ او مين من اتنين هما البيورينز؟ هعرف منين؟ غالبا في اول مره جاب لي سيره البيورينز، لانه هيعرفها لي. يبقى نبتدي من فوق. يلا يا شباب، اول ما تشوف كلمه بيورينز قولوا لي. ها بصوا بصه بسرعه بسرعه. اهي لقيتها. يس اهي. purines. Two of the possible bases are purines. مين ال possible bases؟ adenine and guanine. خلاص. يبقى مين ال purines؟ adenine وجوانين. واليست اهو. يبقى دول الرقمين اللي بدور عليهم. 31.3 18.7. فين 31.3 و 18.7؟ See. 29. Do the data in the table support the author's proposed pairing of bases in DNA؟ سؤال صعب. ولكن شباب انا تعبت والله وانتم مش بتساعدوني خالص. السؤال ده في هاك لو استعملتها هتريحني جدا. ايه هي؟ وركز ان ده مش اختراع يعني في الامتحان هيجي لك سؤال زي ده وهيبقى سؤال صعب. بص اجاباته طويله ازاي. ده سؤال اساسا يس يس نو نو في الريدنج. يس يس نو نو. شايف؟ سؤال غريب جدا، بس لو ركزت شويه هتعرف تحل المشكله. انا هشرب شويه ميه لغايه لما تفكر. اسماء بتقولي percent hack. ممكن يا اسماء، بس مش ده اللي انا عايزه. اكتب. اكتب يا سيف. اخدنا الهاك دي قبل كده. اكتب يا سيف، صدقني. على فكرة سيف، ما تبقاش كسلان، اكتب الهاك حتى لو كتبتها قبل كده. for 2 reasons. مين يقدر يقول لي ايه 2 reasons ان احنا نكتب هاك كتبناه قبل كده تاني بسرعة؟ في الإعادة إفادة والتكرار يعلم الشطار. ها، ايه تاني؟ to refresh our memory. برافو عليك، عبقري، برافو عليك، ده انت بتعرف تقرا كويس جدا. طب واللي تحتيها؟ ماشي. طب وبتفضل في دماغه دي، ما قريتهاش ليه؟ طب. علشان انا كبير في السن يعني، بس مش عجوز قوي. اوكي، انا ما فقدتش الذاكره لسه. وعلى فكره بس معلش معلومه صغيره، انا بحب اقولها دايما كده، يعني نصيحه لله يعني. يا شباب، ليه انا بحب اكرر نفس الهاك واقول لكم اكتبوها مره تانية ساعات؟ انا ما فقدتش الذاكره، انا ما عجزتش قوي كده لسه، انا فاكر ان احنا خدناه قبل كده. ويعني للعلم اهاليكوا كمان ما كبروش قوي كده وما فقدوش الذاكره. حضراتكم دايما بتفتكروا ان your parents فقدوا الذاكره. ماما كل يوم تقولي وضب سريرك، كل يوم. ما خلاص بقى، كل يوم يقول لي مش عارف افتح الباب واقفل مش عارف اتاكد ان البتاع مقفول، ودوس على الزرار ده مش التاني، وحاسب لبعدين مش عارف تقع فين، اوعى تتكعبل وانت نازل على السلمه اللي فوق. كل يوم بيقولوا لي نفس الكلام. تفتكر ان هم نسيوا ان هم قالوا لك الكلام ده امبارح واول امبارح؟ لا والله، هو بيكررها عشان هي مهمه. لما تلاقي مامتك او باباك او التيتشر بتاعك بيكرر نفس الحاجه، والله بيكررها علشان مهمه، مش بيكررها علشان هو نسي. اوكي طيب، ثانيه واحده. ليه انا كررت الهاك دي؟ عشان هي مهمه. استناني بقى واسمع الحته المهمه اللي جايه دي. بس انا مش بس بكررها عشان هي مهمه، انا بكررها علشان كل مره هقولها مره تانية او تالتة او رابعه هزود فيها حته. اول ما خدنا الهاك دي مثلا، يعني ده اكزامبل، ما كانش ينفع اديك فيها تفاصيل كتير لكن انت كنت بالعافيه فاهمها. دلوقتي انت فهمتها، هنكتبها تاني، هزود لك حته مهمه تحت. مره في مره بزود معلومه، عشان كده بقول لك تكتبها تاني. مين عايز يسال بسرعه؟ Use the information from the answers of previous questions to help you with new questions. سابق ولاحق. previous questions اللي هو السابق، new question اللي هو السؤال اللاحق اللي جاي بعد كده. حلو قوي، ده اللي خدناه قبل كده. بس لما خدناه محدش فيكم سألني سؤال مهم جدا: اعرف منين امتى استعمل الهاك ده؟ ده اللي بقى هنقوله النهارده. Look for keywords in the question that are similar to the سابق question. شباب اللي اونلاين، في ناس مش عارفين يركزوا علشان انتوا بتتكلموا على الشات بوكس. ايه ده رد عليك من غير ما يسمعك، عرف منين؟ اوكي شباب اهدوا بقى شويه. نعم، يبقى سابق ولاحق انا باجي وبستعمل معلومه من سؤال سابق، سؤال قبل كده، بستعمله في سؤال جاي بعد كده. تمام؟ الفكره بقى امتى اعرف اني استعمل الكلام ده؟ مبدئيا تستعملها في الاواخر، يعني في اخر سؤال او سؤالين او 3 بتحلهم عشان تبقى اوريدي حليت اسئله سابقه، صح؟ ما ينفعش تستعملها في الاول. تاني حاجه ان السؤال الجديد ده تلاحظ ان في كي ووردز انت شفتها قبل كده في سؤال قبل كده او في اجابات قبل كده. اكتب هنا كده تحتيها بقى example question number كام اللي احنا كنا بنحله ده؟ 29 question 29 في official test 1. خلاص سيف هاني كده. كتابتك للهاك المرة دي استفدت منها ولا لا؟ I think yes. okay because كتبت حاجة different زيادة، كتبت example عليها ورجعنا عليها. تعال بقى ركز هنا دي. بص بقى. Do the data in the table support the author's proposed pairing of bases in DNA؟ وده يا شباب اكتب عليه SWL keywords. ده يا شباب لازم يكون المنتاليتي بتاعتك في الامتحان، لازم تكون مركز قوي في الامتحان. ما ينفعش تقول هو انا فاكر اللي انا حليته من شويه، انت ما بتفكرش في حاجه غير ده. انا لسه من شويه حل السؤال كان بيتكلم على ايه؟ على البيرز. فاكرين ان البير اوف بيورينز هيبقوا اكبر من pair of purine and pyrimidine؟ لسه حلينها وقلنا ان البير لازم ما يبقاش راندوم، لازم يبقى فيه واحده بيورين مع واحده بايريميدين. لسه حالين سؤالين عليهم. تعالى بقى ما تبصش على الاجابات الطويله دي وتعالى على الجراف. احنا قلنا ايه؟ ان لازم يكون في بير عباره عن واحده بيورين مع واحده بايريميدين. طب مين البيورين؟ عرفنا من السؤال السابق برضو ان دول البيورين. طب مين البايريميدين؟ الاتنين دول. طب عرفت منين؟ اهي موجودة هنا في لاين 8، ولان it makes sense ان هي دي اللي فاضلة فهتبقى هي دي البايريميدينز. ماشي؟ طيب تعال نبص. هل لو حطينا واحدة بيورين مع واحدة بايريميدين، واحدة بيورين يعني دي مثلا مع واحدة بايريميدين، غير لو حطينا 2 بيورينز مع بعض او 2 بايريميدينز مع بعض؟ مش عارف. هل انت فاهم؟ لا مش فاهم. يبقى انا عندي بتاعت سابق ولاحق دي عرفت ان في حاجة هنا وعرفت بيورين وبايريميدين، بس برضو مش قادر اجيبها. تعمل ايه بقى ساعتها؟ هتبص على الانسرز. ركز بقى. طب يس ولا نو؟ هو انت فاهمها؟ مش فاهمها يبقى تنسى اليس وتنسى النو وتحلها سؤال ريدنج عادي. Because for each given organism the percentage of adenine is closest to the percentage of thymine وجوانين زي السيتوزين. طب استنى، في عندنا حاجة اسمها graph first hack كتبناه قبل كده يا سيف؟ ها اكتبها بسرعة، سهلة قوي. اكتب graph first hack بسرعة بقى، قربنا نخلص الحصة على فكرة، أنا مش هأخركم النهاردة إن شاء الله. in graph plus passage questions check the answer choices with the graph only first. Try to eliminate choices. يبقى السؤال بيسألني على الجراف والباسج مع بعض. قبل ما تكعبل نفسك، جرب انك انت تشوف الاجابات دي صح ولا لا بالنسبه للجراف. والله لو الاجابات كلهم صح بالنسبه للجراف وده هيحصل، يبقى لازم تفكر في الباسج، وده سؤال صعب جدا. لو في اجابات غلط بالنسبه للجراف يبقى انت خلصت، اوكي، ريحت نفسك وشطبت عليهم الاول. تعال بقى ندرس. A بتقول ادينين قريب من الثايمين وجوانين قريب من السيتوزين. تعال نبص، هل الادينين قريب من الثايمين؟ ادينين ثايمين، ادينين ثايمين. طب هل الجوانين شبه السيتوزين؟ يس. طب الاجابه ايه؟ حلوه، حلو بالنسبه للجراف. B because for each given organism the percentage of adenine is closest to guanine. استنى بقى، انا مش لسه هنا قايل ان الادينين قريب من الثايمين وطلعت صح؟ يبقى الاجابه B مالها؟ غلط، لان احنا اوريدي عرفنا ان دي غلط، contradiction. طب C for each given organism the percentage of adenine is closest to thymine اهي، وجوانين سيتوزين اهي. ايوه احنا عرفنا ان دي صح. طب دي ادينين closest to guanine زي الاجابه B، غلط، contradiction. يبقى using the graph first hack I eliminated two answer choices اللي هما مين؟ B و D. اتبقى لك A واتبقى لك C. اوكي؟ الفرق ما بين A و C حاجة واحدة بس، ايه هي؟ يبقى هل الباسج بتقول كده ولا الباسج مش بتقول كده؟ تعالى نرجع. الباسج بتقول ان واحدة من هنا شبه واحدة من هنا، وان واحدة من هنا شبه واحدة من هنا. yes or no؟ سابق ولاحق؟ yes. ليه؟ لان في سابق ولاحق قال لك ايه؟ ان البير لازم يكون فيه واحدة بيورين وواحدة بايريميدين. طيب لما اقول لك دي زي دي، واحدة بيورين واحدة بايريميدين، ودي زي دي، واحدة بيورين واحدة بايريميدين، مش ده شبهه؟ شبهه. انا مش فاهمها، انا معرفش يعني ايه، بس فاهم انه قال لي واحدة من هنا واحدة من هنا، فهنمشيها الاجابة A وفيها الى حد ما ريسك. الا اذا مستر كريم قلنا على واحدة هاك تانية تحللنا المشكلة، ويبقى النهاردة خدنا 70,000 هاك. اكتبها يا عزيزي. جاهز؟ Science graph supports passage hack. The graph will most probably support the author's claims or ideas. ليه؟ تفكير again مش English. science passage بتتكلم على حاجة معينة وفي الآخر حاطط لك جراف. هيجيب لك جراف يثبت إن كلامه غلط ولا هيجيب لك جراف يسابورت الكلام بتاعه؟ يبقى 90% الجراف هيسابورت الباسج. يبقى الإجابة الصح إيه؟ Yes. The data supports the author's proposed pairing. Yes. 30 و 31 سهلين قوي. نعم. بس تعملش ايه يا فندم؟ ايوه ما ده اللي انا بقوله. انت عرفت ان هي دلوقتي الجراف بتسبورت الباسج غالبا، يبقى الاجابه يا A يا B. A كانت المعلومه اللي فيها صح بالنسبه للجراف فيرست هاك، وB كانت غلط، تبقى الاجابه A على طول. ادم بيقول لي ليه ما عملناش كده؟ علشان تتعلم يا ادم، ما انا لو عملت كده هتبقى سهله قوي. اوكي، انا مش جاي يا جماعه عشان احل لكم البتاع بسرعه. انتوا عارفين ان انا بعرف احل بسرعه، والله بجد بعرف. ده انا ممكن 30 و 31 دول احلهم لك كده، بس انت مش هتتعلم حاجه، فحرام يعني. According to the table, which of the following pairs of base percentages السؤال ده سهل ولا صعب؟ إلى حد ما. In sea urchin DNA provides evidence in support of the answer to the previous question. طب ال previous question اللي هو كان بيقول إيه؟ إن الأدينين زي الثايمين، وإن الجوانين زي السيتوزين. Sea urchin DNA فين السي urchin؟ هنعمل له highlighting باليلو. ادي السي urchin. ال previous question كان بيقول ان الادينين زي الثايمين. طب في السي urchin هنا ادي الادينين زي الثايمين. ال previous question كان بيقول ان الجوانين زي السيتوزين. ادي هنا الجوانين زي السيتوزين. طب في ايه هنا يدل على الكلام ده؟ معرفش، تعال نبص كده. ايه رايكم؟ انا عرفت الاجابه، يا اما ان الرقمين دول شبه بعض، او ان الرقمين دول شبه بعض، اللي هو الادينين والثايمين جوانين سيتوزين. يبقى عايز اجابه فيها 32.8 و 32.1 او 17.7 و 17.3. هي دي الوحيده، مفيش 32.8 و 32.1 مع بعض في نفس الاجابه. ماشي. Based on the table, is the percentage of adenine in each organism's DNA the same or does it vary? هنا محتاج ارجع. احنا رجعنا للتيبل كذا مره، صح؟ هل الادينين كان ثابت في كل حاجه؟ لا، احنا بصينا ما كانش ثابت، يبقى not the same. And which statement made by the authors is most consistent with the data? يبقى الإجابة يا سي يا دي. مين من دول بقى صح بالنسبة للباسج؟ 36 ل 38 ولا 41 ل 45؟ تعال نبص. 36 ل 38. Adenine, for example, can occur on either chain, but when it does, its partner on the other chain must always be a thymine. طب مش احنا في التيبل عرفنا ان الادينين والثايمين سابق ولاحق بيكونوا زي بعض؟ ماشي، يبقى دي تنفع. طيب تعال نشوف الإجابة دي 41 ل 45. It follows that in a long molecule many different permutations are possible and it therefore seems likely that the precise sequence of bases is the code which carries the genetical information. التيبل بتاعي فيه mutations ومش عارف ايه وكلام غريب كده، ولا فيه ان الادينين لازم يكون زي الثايمين؟ تبقى سي احلى من دي، صح؟ ولا دي احلى من سي؟ تعالوا ناخد فوتس. 31 سي ولا دي؟ ايه يا جماعه، ناس كتيره بتقول لي دي. طب ليه دي؟ اقنعوني طيب. طيب انتوا حلوين قوي قوي. السؤال بيقول لك ايه؟ Is the percentage of adenine the same or does it vary؟ يبقى السؤال مش بيسألني على الادينين والثايمين مع بعض، مش بيسألني على البيرز anymore. ده بيسألني على ايه؟ الادينين ثابت ولا متغير؟ وايه دليلك على انه ثابت او متغير؟ طب هو مش ثابت، الجراف بيقول انه مش ثابت. طب ايه دليلك في الباسج انه متغير؟ 41 ل 45. 41 ل 45 بتقول ايه؟ many different permutations are possible. اوكي؟ طيب اما الاولانيه كانت بتقول لك ادينين لازم يجي معاه ثايمين، ماشي دي صح، بس ايه علاقتها بان الادينين بيتغير مش ثابت؟ يبقى الاجابه دي، وده سؤال صعب شويه. برافو عليكم. اوكي يا شباب، انتوا عباقره سوبر جود، وبما ان انتوا عباقره وسوبر جود بالشكل ده هناخد الهوم ورك على طول وهنكتفي بهذا القدر النهارده. نعم، قبل بس ما ناخد الهوم ورك ممكن تبصوا معايا، بصوا معايا من فضلكم بليز. احنا التايم بتاعنا حلو قوي النهارده، فركزوا معايا. خدنا النهارده Science Graph Supports Passage Hack، خدنا النهارده Graph First Hack، خدنا النهارده سابق ولاحق هاك بطريقه جديده، خدنا النهارده بتاع the pair و a pair، خدنا النهارده specific question with two citations، خدنا النهارده الترتيب هاك، وخدنا finding specific question citations هاك 7، وخدنا science و social science main keywords هاك 8. 8 هاكس و11 سؤال، في كل سؤال 4 أفكار، يعني 44 فكرة اتليست خدناهم مع 8 هاكس. يعني المفروض النهارده حضرتك يكون في مخك 52 ideas جديدة مكتوبة حافظها وفاهمها. عندك أقل من 52 يبقى أنت ما استفدتش. أوكي؟ اكتب معايا level 3 class 3 reading. Today we learned 8 hacks. Today we solved official test 1 passage. Homework. Official test 1 passage 4 reading. ركزوا. حضرتك هتعمل حاجتين. اوكي؟ هتعمل ايه؟ هقولك. ثانية واحدة بس اقول لمستر احمد. هات send to good SAT HW ونمبر 2. مستر احمد الورق لو سمحت. fill in the online answer form. هتلاقوه على الجروب بتاعكم النهارده ان شاء الله. النهارده ان شاء الله على الجروب هتلاقوا. محدش هياخد درجة الا لما يملى الاونلاين انسر فورم. اوكي؟ بتاع official test 1 passage 4. اللي مش هيملى الاونلاين انسر فورم هياخد 0، واللي مش هيبعت صور الحل بتاعه هياخد 0 برضه. فلازم تعمل الحاجتين. استناني اقعد ثانية واحدة. Number 2 watch plus comment، والدرجة هتاخدها على الكومنت. اوكي؟ birds. ايوه بس مستر احمد انا لسه ما خلصتش. مستر أحمد ممكن لو سمحت يقعدوا؟ watch plus comment على البيردز فيديو. ده فيديو في التايتل بتاعه هتلاقي كلمة بيردز. اوكي؟ ده هتلاقيه على البيج بتاعنا جودة SAT. لازم الكلام ده يتعمل by Thursday. تبعت الهومورك بتاعك في صور، تحل الاونلاين انسر شيت، وتتفرج وتكومنت على الفيديو. الفيديو ده فيديو طويل 1:05 حل ريدنج مهم جدا. تاخد نوتس لاني هشيل الفيديو، وتكتب كومنت ان انت فهمت. الشباب اللي بيحضروا معانا 2 ليفلز اتفرجوا على الفيديو واعملوا كومنت مرة واحدة بس، وهتاخدوا الدرجة بتاعتكم. في درجة على الهومورك ده وفي درجة على الفيديو.
First thing I'm going to say is that the first part of the presentation that we're going to do is on anti-aging. And, you know, what I try and ask people is that, you know, have you ever thought that you know, when you're looking at aging, when you're looking at the whole thing about aging, why is it that you get to be, you know, when you have a baby, right? You know, he's 3 months old. He's 3.5 months old, right? And then all of a sudden, you know, they're 5 years old. They're, you know, and they made it to 21, right? And then all of a sudden they're 30, and oh man, made it to 50, right? But when you get to be, you know, 70, 80, all of a sudden you start to feel like, oh, I'm supposed to feel old, right? Does anybody ever notice that? That people tend to do that. My mom and dad. My dad just turned 80. In December, and the doctors up in the United States where I'm from, they just said, well, you're 80, you need to take this prescription. And my dad says, well, but I don't have anything wrong. And they told him, they said, but you're 80 years old, you need to take that. What do you think of that? Is that good?
They should cut tastes.
Absolutely not. They need to look at people from a viewpoint of what's wrong with them and individualize it, but they don't tend to do it. So aging, is it inevitable? Well, we are going to get older, and we are going to live longer than our parents did, and chances are we'll live longer than our grandparents. But the thing about it is that as we look at this, and hopefully I can get this across to you, is that there's some practical solutions that we can do that we maybe can slow down the whole idea of you don't have to feel old anymore. Right? Like the new 40 is 60. Right? When you get to be 60, that's the new 40. That's what we want to do. We want to get people so that they look and feel and act like they're still young when they're old. So what I did next is I brought a video that I found, and I really thought this kind of gives people an idea. So we'll watch this.
What will your last 10 years look like? Will you be quick enough for a game of tag with your grandchild? Strong enough to embrace every moment? Will you grow old with vitality? Or get old with disease? It's time to decide. The average Canadian will spend their last 10 years in sickness. Change your future at makehealthlast.ca.
Right? Do you want to be the guy that's playing with his grandchildren, enjoying life with his family, or the guy that's in the nursing home, right? And all of you are fairly healthy. I'm sure that we all have something wrong with us, but now's the time that you want to address it. You don't wait. You don't want to wait until something's wrong and then have to go after it. Next slide, Katie. So, when you look at anti-aging, and we talk about anti-aging, there's animals like jellyfish. When I was out fishing with Trevor the other day, we saw jellyfish. Jellyfish are like almost immortal. They never change from when they're a baby jellyfish to when they're an old jellyfish. Biologically, they're the same. The bowhead whale, they just seem to live forever, centuries. And you can't tell the difference. You take a look at turtles. They say that Charles Darwin's pet tortoise is still alive. Right? How many years ago was Charles Darwin around? How many hundreds of years ago? Right? And his pet tortoise is still alive. Lobsters, they have more sex the older they get. Wouldn't that be cool? You get to be 90, you have more sex than you did when you were 20? That'd be kind of fun. You wouldn't remember it, but... But bacteria are an interesting creature, right? If you take a look at a bacteria that is formed today, and you compare it to the bacteria when it's 14 days old or 20 days old, biologically under a microscope, they look identical. They haven't changed. So why is it that we age? Why do we get old? Why do we age? Why do we have the aging diseases? So these are some things I'm going to try and get people to think about. Katie? And so Benjamin Franklin, pretty smart guy, and he wrote a lot of things, but he said that all diseases can be cured. And at that time, he said, except that of old age. And I want to get people to start thinking about maybe if we address aging as the disease, maybe it'll make a difference. My boy, who's 26 now, he's in medical school. He's in his third year to medical school, and I was talking to him about 10 years ago. And I've always kind of been into this anti-aging. Originally I wanted to live to be 100 years old. And at 100, I wanted to be as healthy as I possibly could. I didn't want to have anything wrong with me. And now it's changed. I want to be 110. I've added 10 years to it. I'm 55 now, so I'm at the halfway point, right? And I really feel now, with some of the things that I'm doing, I feel like I'm healthier. I feel like I'm stronger today than I was 20 years ago when I was 35, right? And when I'm 70, I want to feel stronger at 70 than I do at 55. But my son said to me, he said, Dad, he said, why do you want to grow old? He said, all that means is that you're going to have to be on all these medications. You're going to have all those old age diseases. And he was looking at things from a different point of view. And he's saying, why do you want that? And some people I talk to, I treat a lot of people. I treat some people who are 98 years old, patients of mine who are 98. I treat some 90-year-olds, some 92 years olds, and I ask them all kinds of questions, and because I want to learn from them, right? I mean, what's the best way of learning how to get old? Talk to an old person, right? And so I'm asking my 98-year-old friend. I said, what's the worst thing about being 98 years old? What do you think his answer was? All his friends were gone, right? And so he's lonely. He's there by himself. And so Katie and I were talking about it this morning, that wouldn't it be nice? Here we are in this room, all of us, and even though Trevor stole my apple pie, we'll let you stay with us. But I'm just kidding. But wouldn't it be nice if here, us group of people, that I can be back down here speaking in 20 years and we're all going to be sitting here, we're going to be a bigger group because we all want to find out how to stay healthy and live longer. And so that's kind of like the idea that I want to project, so that when I'm 98 years old, I'm hanging around with a bunch of people that I've known for years, right? Wouldn't that be fun? So, the next slide. I'm one of those weird ducks, you know. When I went to school, I enjoyed math, I enjoyed science, and I went to school for mechanical engineering when I first graduated from high school. And I got into my last year of engineering, and I just realized, this isn't what I want to do. I want to work with people. And so I switched into chiropractic, and I graduated from chiropractic college in 1987 when I was 26 years old. So I was a doctor when I was 26, and opened up my own practice. I didn't know what I was doing. I had never taken a business class in my life, and I opened up my own practice, and I got kind of bored with it, and I started doing what was called functional medicine, right? Where instead of looking at wait until your heart started to fail, why don't we do some things before it starts to fail? Why don't we look at things from a little bit different aspect of it? And so that's kind of how I started to attack it. And then around the time of the new millennium in 2000, I really got into anti-aging. And it wasn't really popular back then. When I said anti-aging, people would look at me and they go, oh yeah, you're one of those guys. And they kind of gave me a weird look like, yeah, you want to live forever. And that's what I have on my business card. On the front of my business card, it says, have you ever thought about living forever? Right? Has anybody here, have you ever thought about living forever? Right? I'm sure most of you have, you just don't dare raise your hand, but, right? I mean, you thought about it, right? But you didn't raise your hand.
I thought about it from a soul perspective that we do.
Yeah, but that's what people say, is they say, well, I thought about it from the soul, there's a spiritual side of it. Some people will say, oh, yeah, I don't want to do that. And I didn't ask if, how you thought about it. I just asked, did you think about it? And the answer is usually yes, people have thought about it. But have you ever thought, besides the spiritual side of things, the soul side of things, if you were to live forever, Shane, what would you need?
Yeah, I'd like lots of money, of course.
Lots of money, right? Why?
Just to sort of, I know money's not everything, but it helps us in a sense to, live better, enjoy life better, travel.
Sure it does, right? So like Shane just said, if I'm going to live to be 100 years old, do I want to sit in some flat apartment somewhere in the middle of a city? No way. I want to be doing like Jim is, going to Cambodia, and I want to go to Thailand, and I want to go to the Antarctica. I want to go to Russia. I want to go to Europe. I want to go to the North Pole. There's so many places that I want to see. Guess what that takes? Money, right? The other thing that costs money is staying healthy, right? Here in Australia, I don't know if it's different here than it is in the States, but in the United States, we've got a healthcare system, and they'll pay for you if you're sick, right? Is that how it is here? Have you ever gone to your insurance company or gone to the doctor and say, yeah, my insurance is going to pay for it. I want to do something that keeps me healthy. Do they cover that? No, right? You guys maybe have a little better than we do there, but if we want to do that, like if you're sick up there, not only does your insurance company start to kick in, right? But a lot of the churches, if you belong to a church, they'll throw a fundraiser. Kurt got cancer. We're going to throw a fundraiser for him. We're going to raise some money. But go to your church and say, hey, I'd like you to have a fundraiser. I want to live forever. You going to raise any money? Are they going to raise any money for you?
Maybe on Kickstarter, you might get some people interested.
But not to live forever. But they're not going to do that, right? And that's the whole thing. So I try and tell people that you need money, and then the other thing that you need is you need your health. Because who wants to live forever if you're stuck in a wheelchair like that guy in the video, right? If you're rolling around and somebody has to feed you and somebody has to change your diapers and things like that. It's like, who wants that? Who wants that? I want to be fishing with Trevor. We're going to have a big boat, right? We're going to be catching big fish, not those little ugly ones that we caught out here in the bay. But, right? And we're going to be having some fun. And so that's what I'm kind of looking at. 2 months from now, I'm going to open up a stem cell clinic. We're actually going to do stem cell injections. into shoulders and knees and backs and things like that. We're going to be doing some little bit different therapy that's kind of on the edge, right? Kind of on the edge. But it's really when you start looking at it, it's really a great therapy for certain things. So the future, I'm just like, I tell people, I say, Dennis, if you're going to dream, why not dream big, right? It takes the same amount of time. You dream a little tiny dream or a great big dream, right? And so I look at my 3 boys. I've got 3 boys that are in their 20s, and that's what I've got them to do. They're always dreaming. My oldest boy, he thinks he's still going to be Batman someday, the real Batman, not the one on TV. And we look at things like that, and it's just crazy. And Katie and I were talking about it at lunch today. Think about it. When you're a kid, Margaret, what did your mom tell you? Use your imagination, right? Use your imagination.
Yes.
Yeah. But now as an adult, when you're using imagination, what are your friends telling you now?
Don't be silly.
Don't be silly. Don't daydream. Right? Why is it when you're a kid, they tell you use your imagination, but now as an adult they don't want you to use your imagination anymore. They want everybody to be the same. Fit in line. Get in line. Be a sheeple. You know? Just get in line. And that's how we go through life. And so I'm trying to get people to think a little bit differently than that. And when we start looking at the whole idea about increasing somebody's life, you know, somebody says to me, they say, well, when you take a look at life now, right? We've extended life. People are living longer. But this over here, the red, the years of being diseased, is what we've extended, right? So the ideal outcome is that we're going to extend somebody's life, but we're going to shorten up the disease years, right? Wouldn't it be nice if all of a sudden you're finding that you're healthy, you're playing tennis, you're playing golf, you're fishing, you're traveling the world, and one day you wake up and you go, yeah, I'm a little tired today. I think next week's it. Wouldn't that be a cool way of going through it? And all of a sudden, you know, this ideal situation, the years of death are slower, but what we're seeing is something more like this. This is what people are imagining. This is what people are imagining right here. Oh yeah, we're going to extend their life, and they're going to be sicker longer. And so that's what I'm trying to, as I'm going around the country, up in the States, and I'm teaching people this. The reason that I'm down here is maybe get you to think about what can you do to make it so it's more like this situation. And so, anybody have a plasma TV? Right? You ever throw a brick at it? Right? Why not? You're going to bust the screen, right? And I don't care how expensive a plasma TV you got, it's not going to repair itself, is it? Not going to do it. Dennis, you ever broke your arm? Broke a bone?
Only my time.
You did? Did it heal up?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you look at the human body, and the human body has the amazing ability that it can heal itself up. And so when we start looking at things like that, we got to start looking at things like, I like old cars. I like to work on old cars. And you take an old rusty rust bucket like this and you fix it up. But what if you would have taken care of it from the day one? What if you had a way that you knew that if you waxed that car and you changed the oil like your dad told you to, that thing would last forever? I mean, how many people here, you all have cars, right? Okay. Did you ever just drive your car to see what would happen if you didn't change the oil?
No.
Why not? John, why not?
I use royal oil.
Right?
That helps a lot more.
Because you didn't want to look stupid to your dad, too, because your dad would have kicked your butt because he taught you that you change the oil.
He did. And another thing he taught us to do was put the oil on the wooden fence in Dandenong, and that fence lived from 1955 to 1995, and I brought it down, the palers are still good.
It's still good. There you go.
Yeah, with old oil out of the Vanguard, an old Vanguard.
So you can keep your car looking like this versus looking like this. I just fixed up a 1955 Studebaker, if anybody knows what a Studebaker is. Yeah. But I just fixed up a 1955 Studebaker. I'm going to put it on the road. It was last licensed in 1965. It sat in a barn for 20 years. My dad picked it up. It sat in another barn for 30 years. I pulled it out of the barn after sitting around for 50 years. And I've got the thing on the road, and it looks pretty darn good. Right? Wouldn't you say it looks pretty good? It's going to be a fun car to drive. I put a different motor in it, so it's going to be pretty hot. It's going to be fast to drive. You want to hit the next slide? So Angela Epstein, who's a scientist, she said that they've studied disease so much, they understand when your body's going to start falling apart. Each organ, they can understand it. And so when we start looking at it, the brain and the nervous system, right? We can see that at the age of 20, the neurons start to decline. At the age of 20. Right? No wonder at the age of 50 you got sometimers disease, right? Not Alzheimer's, just sometimers. You're forgetting some things, right? But they're finding that teeth are so important to your brain. Right? That if you're not chewing your food, if you lose your teeth, chances are it's not going to be very long and you're going to have dementia. Right? The teeth are related to your dementia. Right? And so really important that you take care of that. When you take a look at the skeletal muscles and the bones start to fall apart. By the age of 40, you're losing 0.5% to 2% of your muscle mass every single year. What would you think if all of a sudden a product came along that could help you build that muscle mass back? 60 years old, you don't have to go to the gym, but you can build muscle. Who'd want something like that? Right? Do you know other people that want something like that? You're dang right. That's why the National Institutes of Aging funded $21 million worth of research into developing a product that'll make your body build muscle. It's really cool when you start looking at it. You look at the digestive system, and I think the digestive system is so strong. I was at an anti-aging seminar down in Orlando, Florida last April, and they were talking about how the healthy bacteria in your gut are so important that the bacteria actually decide what mood you're going to have for that day. Right? So if your spouse is having a bad day, you should start thinking, what's wrong with your gut? Right? Would you ever ask that? Would you ever ask your spouse that?
Not before, but now I know that.
Now you know you would. You say, I need to make you something else to eat today. But it's so important. And all these chemicals that are in our food, right? And it's no different down here than it is up there. When I was flying down, I was talking to a guy from New Zealand, and I was always taught as a doctor that the best beef you could get came from New Zealand. They had the strictest cattle laws. They didn't allow any antibiotics. They didn't allow any hormones, anything like that. And I'm talking to this guy. He said, oh yeah, that changed about 20 years ago. The beef from New Zealand is just as bad as the beef from Argentina, just as bad as the beef from the United States. It's all loaded with chemicals. It's all coming out of feedlots where they're walking around in manure pits that are 20 feet deep. Like, what's wrong with us? Why would we eat meat that's walking around and that kind of stuff, right? No wonder so many people are going vegan. They see that kind of stuff happening. And so that destroys the gut, it destroys the liver, and that's so important. We start looking at our lungs, right? At the age of 40, the cartilage and the muscles in your chest, it's gotten so hard that you can't take a deep breath in. Remember when you're 10 years old and you'd be with your buddies and you try and take that deep breath in? You remember that? And you do that with your friends? You ever do that? Yeah. Try and do it now. You'll pass out, right? Because you can't suck that air in. You start looking at the heart. Cardiovascular disease. After World War I, all these American doctors were over in Europe helping, doing stuff in the war effort back in World War I, and they learned about this German machine, this EKG machine, and they brought it back to the States. And it wasn't the FDA then, but whatever agency it was of the government that said, hey, we got to see if this stuff really works. It took them 5 years to find enough people with heart disease to actually approve the EKG machine. 5 years. How long would it take today? 5 minutes. They could test all of us here. Well, maybe not us because most of us take good products, but you could go out there in the hallway and you could probably in 5 minutes, you could find enough people to prove the EKG machine works, right? And so our heart starts to fall apart, and now 20-year-olds are having heart disease, right? The kidneys, wow, I mean, the kidneys are so important. And it balances the pH in your body. We've all heard of people saying, oh, this alkaline water is so good for you, and you want to have the alkaline, you want to have the right acid, and you want to have this, you want to have that. Your kidneys maintain this acid alkaline balance all the time. If it gets out of whack, right? You drink 1 can of soda. We call it soda up there. I don't know, what do you guys call it down here? Pop?
Fizzy water.
Fizzy water?
Soft drink.
Soft drinks? Yeah. So you drink a soft drink, right? And do you know how many, 1 can, 1 12-ounce can, do you know how much water, pH balanced water you have to drink to balance out 1 soft drink?
10.
30. 30 glasses of water to balance out 1 soft drink. Holy cow, no wonder so much of us are sick. We have kidney disease. Kidney disease is one of the top 10 killers up in the States. Crazy. And we sell so much soda now, it's just amazing. And I don't know if you guys do the same thing here, but it is a big seller because of that. People are just addicted to it. Your skin, right? And we talk about anti-aging. Most people are like, I already use a skincare product, right? That's what they think of right away. They think of how they look. You look at the hair, right? And your hair, it starts to break down. And most of these shampoos that we have with sodium lauryl sulfate in them, so all these chemicals, what it does is it changes the cycle. The hair has a growth and hibernation cycle, right? And when you have a shampoo and hair care products that don't have the right ingredients, they're made with toxins and things like that, it changes that, right? And it makes the hair so it starts going into a different growth cycle, and it's bad. And then you start to see people that their voice starts to change, right? So it's all predictable that we're seeing that things are happening. The vision starts to fall apart. Hearing starts to go, right? Taste and smell. And we're seeing that you can predict when this is going to happen. And so a linear thinking is basically this, is that we take a look at what's going on in the United States and we say, here's what they're doing. We come over here into Australia and we just say, well, here's what they're doing in the United States, right? We go over to China and we go, here's what they're doing in the United States, here's what they're doing in Australia, it must be working, right? That's linear thinking. And so if you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to keep getting what you got, right? And all of a sudden people are sick here just like they are up in the States. And, I drive around, I see you guys have McDonald's just like we do. And just, you start looking at some of the stuff. But so when we start talking about what we're here for today, all of you are here listening to me talk on this, which means that you're thinking vertically, right? You're thinking with vertical change. You're saying, we're going to do something different. Right? And if you do something a little bit different, some of your friends are going to look at you a little bit weird, right? And they may not agree with you, right? When I told people that I was going to get into anti-aging medicine and I start learning about this product and that product and all that, most of my friends, they just like, they don't want to have anything to do with it. What's your flavor of the day today, they tell me. What are you selling? And I said, I'm not selling anything. But I'm going to show you some stuff, right? And now 20 years later, they're coming up and they're saying, well, how come you look younger than you did 20 years ago from 20 years ago and we're not? How come we're falling asleep at 10 o'clock at night and you just seem to go and go and go? Katie and I are emailing at each other at 3 o'clock in the morning, right? Because she doesn't sleep either. But you got to start thinking with vertical thinking. And you start thinking that some people why do they never seem to age? Right? What's going on with them? Why don't they age? Why don't they look older? And so genetics plays a part with it. And genetics is like a 10 to 20%, right? But it's the environment that you're putting that genetics in. And some people, like, anybody here remember George Burns? Right? And so I remember did you ever watch Johnny Carson, the late night show? Okay, so it was a late night TV show up in America, and Johnny Carson was interviewing George Burns the year that he turned 100. And I remember watching this episode, and Johnny Carson asked George Burns, well, what's your secret? And George Burns said, I just don't listen to my doctors. As he had a big stogie in one hand and a martini in the other hand, right? That's what George Burns did. But I don't know if he ever actually smoked a cigar. He just carried it around, maybe chewed on it a little bit. But he always had a martini in his hand. And you start looking at that, he had the right kind of genetics that he could do the wrong things and still live to be 103. Right? Most of us don't have those genetics. So we have to look at what can we do with our environment to make it so that we can live longer and healthier and change those kinds of things. Sugar is so bad for us. Sugar is one thing that it's actually a toxin. When you look at it, it affects every cell in your body, not in a good way. And I remember looking through some old magazines I picked up at an auction sale up there. This farmer, he had big boxes of these old magazines from the 1950s and 1960s. And I was paging through them, and they had advertisements in there and they showed the guy on the beach. You remember this ad? And it showed the big guy kicking sand in the face of the little guy. Remember that ad? And basically it said, eat more sugar. Right? If you go back and look, back in the early 1900s, the average person, I'm going to talk about America since that's where I'm from, the average American back in the early 1900s, we consumed 12 pounds of sugar a year. So about a pound a month, that was it. How much do you think we consume now?
Pound a day almost.
144 pounds a year. So we took and we multiplied it that much. Right? 12 pounds a month. Holy cow. I mean, no wonder we're sick. No wonder we're all fat. Right? Because we're all eating all this stuff. And you start looking at it. Wheat, right? Wheat turns into sugar. Celery turns into sugar. Bread turns into sugar. And our bodies just weren't designed for that. So what happens is it affects everything. It affects your hormones. It affects your mood. It affects your metabolism. It just throws everything out of whack. And again, you start looking at that stuff. It's no wonder that we're getting more sick. Right? We're living longer.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our webinar on 3D generative design for AEC. My name is Anne Kozikfriend, and I'm very pleased to introduce this webinar today. Jonathan Asher, who is the CATIA AEC Portfolio Director, will present a web application implemented on the 3D Experience platform for AEC users. Nicolas Senemo, who is working in Dassault Systems too, as an AEC consultant for dedicated to cloud users, will then explain a demonstration. As usual, please note that you will receive a link before the end of the week, allowing you to watch the recording of the webinar and send it to interested colleagues. At the end of this presentation, there will be a Q&A session. Thank you to everyone who sent us questions. Jonathan and Nicolas will answer a few of them at the end of this presentation, and we will answer the rest of them in the CATIA user community with the publication of the webinar recording. I hand over to Jonathan now and wish you a very interesting webinar.
Thank you, Anne. My name is Jonathan Asher. I am an architect by training, and I've been with Dassault Systems for 3 years now. And I'm going to show you the very exciting new solutions that we're creating for the architecture, engineering, and construction industries. We're going to talk today about the 3D Generative Innovator role, which is primary application within that role is the CATIA X Generative Design application, a revolutionary new web application that runs on the 3D Experience platform. Our intent with this application is to bring complex algorithmic design processes to the greatest audience possible. and democratize this new algorithmic and computational design approach. Whether you're doing scenography, furniture, or interior architecture, all the way through site design, urban planning, and large infrastructural projects, we're bringing this new design inspired by nature approach to any range of scales and users. So to do this, we've created X Generative Design, which is a new intuitive algorithmic modeling approach that's available anywhere, anytime, on any device. You can, because all of the computation runs on a remote server that we host up in the cloud, you can access this application from any device and be sure to receive the same performance regardless of device size or computation power from any web browser. Some of the basics about this application is that it's included inside the 3D Generative Innovator role, which is an extension that sits on top of the 3D Innovator role. The 3D Innovator role's primary application is X Design, which is another web-based application for feature modeling of surfaces or volumes or solids. Those two roles sit on top of the 3D Experience platform, Business Innovation and Industry Innovation role. This package is delivered together as one package for our users in the AEC industry. So what is X Generative Design? Well, it's a web application that allows you to explore complex, repetitive, or non-regular shapes and patterns using an intuitive algorithmic approach. Whether you're modeling with 3D operators or you're designing in a graphical scripting interface, it's the same unique experience across both user interfaces. And I'd like to give you a brief introduction, but rather than me speak over this video, I'm going to let the experts do the talking.
X Generative Design is a revolutionary 3D generative modeling web-based application that does not require any software installation. All computation is made on a remote server. All data is continuously up to date on the cloud. So you can retrieve your model even if you lose your internet connection, even if you reconnect on a different device. Geometrical operators are able to work on collections of objects. So when you divide a line, curve, or surface, you get a list of points. You can immediately reuse this list of items to build additional lists of items, including points, planes, and surfaces. The planes generated here are used as support for polygons. That you can access one by one. Important driving parameters, like the number of edges, for example, can be identified during the design process and broadcast as global parameters to be used elsewhere in the model. Relationships within the model can be used to control the geometrical operators. Here, the radius of the polygon is computed using a distance to a reference point. With immediate visual feedback as you modify the position of the reference point. And can be further adjusted with a formula. To have a global view of the dependencies between the collections of objects, parameters, and operators within your model, you can switch to a graphical view of your design. And continue modeling with nodes representing operations whose inputs and outputs are easily connected to each other. In this example, a list of angles is created to rotate every polygon gradually around a central axis. A parameter can be extracted, renamed, and broadcast as a global parameter, which will be accessible from the controller's panel. Groups of nodes can be organized into regions for clarity. There are multiple tools within the graphical scripting environment to organize your models, including regions and automatic layouts. At any point, you can switch back to the 3D environment and continue modeling. Here we broadcast another global parameter. And finally, access the dedicated controller panel, where you can explore different configurations of your global parameters to fine-tune your model and explore variations within a design space.
As you can see, we're very excited by the new X Generative Design application. To give it a little bit of context, here you see where the 3D Generative Innovator role finds itself within the greater portfolio of AEC-specific roles on the 3D Experience platform and CATIA. It's primarily as a design tool in the beginning, and it sits next to the Concept Building Designer role or the Civil Engineering role for infrastructure projects, and then can be extended further in the rich client using the Architectural Detail Designer role, the Building Structures Designer role, or the 3D MEP Designer role to do detailed engineering of a construction project. Looking at a typical architectural project within an office, this mapping is our role portfolio across different project types, different project levels of development and complexity across multiple phases. So if you look at a project in concept design, a cross-section of users using the CATIA 3D Experience platform would be operating primarily with the 3D Generative Innovator role, the Concept Building Designer role, and DraftSite for 2D. As the level of development increases through schematic design, design development, and construction, you see that the roles required to deliver the project change over time. Once you get up to level of detail 300, then you're going to be using the Concept Building Designer with the Architectural Detail Designer to do solid modeling for manufacturing, 3D Generative Innovator role for some of those more complex parts, and the Template Designer to do advanced scripting and creation of reusable PLM templates across your project. As you get into the operations phases to build level of detail 500 models, for facilities management, you're going to need big PLM assemblies with solid modeling, and the need for more robust CATIA modeling is going to be delivered through the more detail-oriented roles. But back to X Generative Design, our main focus in the beginning is on architects, engineers, and fabricators, to allow architects to explore building designs within a given design space, to allow engineers to imagine innovative solutions to design challenges, and to allow fabricators to create more efficient and adaptive components to improve efficiencies across their workflows. The key values of X Generative Design are primarily to allow users to model any type of complexity, any type of advanced wireframe surface geometry with a high level of automation. We're trying to bring automation to every user, regardless of phase or project type. We're also trying to make generative design processes and techniques available to any designer, maker, freelancer, architect, engineer, fabricator, etc. It's really bringing this, what was an advanced and complicated design approach, to a user of any skill level. So first and foremost, the key differentiator and the key value of X Generative Design is it's on the platform. It's on the 3D Experience platform that shares one common data model and one common collaboration environment across our entire application portfolio. We have digital applications and a data model-centric approach where information is not moved or repurposed. It's all based on the same database in the cloud and allows access to any user at any time. The other key differentiator for this application is that it's one solution for beginners to advanced users. And as a beginner, you can learn these new processes in a way that allows for to easily move from an entry-level user to a more advanced user. By combining 3D modeling, generative 3D modeling, with this graph-based visual scripting, you can go from a low skill level to a high skill level much faster than had you entered into a computational design process immediately into this graphical scripting environment. So we want to, with X Generative Design, accelerate the learning curve to go from a beginner to advanced in as short a time as possible. We're also trying to bring automation to a wider audience. So what is visual coding? It's a means for automation, a graphical way to automate design and generation of data and geometry. X Generative Design simplifies visual coding. You see on the right video here that as you model in 3D, X Generative Design is automatically creating that graphical script for you so that you don't have to go through and work only on the 2D and the 2D graph, but you can model in 3D and we're generating automatically that script for you. Moreover, you can take those graphical scripts, you can capture them and encapsulate them into templates that can be reused and shared across your enterprise, creating these design patterns that are accessible and reusable to capitalize on your intellectual property and your knowledge and know-how. X Generative Design is also a way to generate both simple and complex shapes and patterns. Right? You have access to a wide range of wireframe and surface geometry, volume geometry that allows you to do booleans and other volumetric geometric operators. You can generate multiple geometries with these operators to create collections of geometry that are manipulated either as a group or individually. In dealing with lists and collections, by generating these massive amounts of geometry and data, you're able to amplify your design process by attacking or approaching a design problem from a different perspective. You are no longer going to be creating one-off models, one-off solutions to a given design problem, but now you're going to approach this design problem in a way that allows you to create these generative models to explore variation within a design space. So rather than create monolithic models, you create models that perform and that can vary. These alternatives can be created and cataloged using the controllers panel, a dedicated interface that collects the driving parameters from your model and are easily accessible to explore design variation within the design space. Because you're generating lots of geometry and lots of data, you're also going to improve decision making by now beginning to approach a design problem with a data first mindset. So that data-driven design is going to improve decision making and allow you to explore more variation and create and explore trade-off studies based on the outputs of your generative model. Harnessing the power of XDesign and CATIA, you'll be able to collaborate efficiently by creating assemblies of models and allowing users to model within the same master model, within the same assembly at any point, and sharing control and driver parameters across all of these different assemblies so that the model is always in sync and the dependencies between models are kept. This reduces complexity of some of those graphical scripts and models that are being created, and also allows multiple teammates to collaborate at the same time. Harnessing the CATIA geometric kernel, you have access to the world's best geometry. With XGenerative Design, you are modeling with exact geometry that is second to none. We don't generate tessellated geometry, distorted geometry. Every operator creates exact geometry that is reusable across our entire portfolio of applications. We also, with XGenerative Design, because of this, allow for digital continuity across all of our applications that can, which means that your light generative XGenerative Design model that you design and create on the web can be opened in the rich client and further developed with solid models that were developed for manufacturing. Both of these videos show how engineering templates that were modeled with our architectural detail designer can be replicated in a model to generate very high level of detail, very high fidelity models that will be used for manufacturing and for life cycle of the building. So we can link directly our simple or our sophisticated but very performative XGenerative Design model with a very high level of detail model. With XGenerative Design and the 3D Generative Innovator package, you're also able to collaborate fully web on the platform with multiple stakeholders. This is just one scenario, one potential scenario of a workflow where models are coming in, models are being imported onto the platform, they're being shared on a 3D space, tasks are being managed with our collaborative task application. Modeling and design happens on XDesign and XGenerative Design. Life cycle is managed. Parts and products are assembled. They're reviewed in 3D Play. They're shared with 3D Swim. They're made and 3D printed on the marketplace. And then they're exported to 3D Drive and shared with external collaborators. All of this is available on the platform. All of this is available with web applications with no installation required. And finally, this application and our entire suite of XApps is available anytime, anywhere, on any device. There's no installation required. You access these applications on the 3D Experience platform, which are computed on a remote server that reduce infrastructure costs for the users and for companies, and increase performance because you're not dependent anymore on your hardware. You're only dependent on your internet connection. So with that, we're going to look a little bit at some of the With that, we're going to look at some of the recent creations that have been imagined with the XGenerative Design application. For last year's Design in the Age of Experience event, we worked with Kengo Kuma to design this pollution absorbing, carbon monoxide reducing installation at the Design in the Age of Experience event for Milan Design Week. This was one of the first times that XGenerative Design was put into a production use in a confidential setting, but it allowed the designers to create these magnificent forms with no limits to their creative intentions. This product has been underdeveloped for well over 2 years. Back in 2017, we had a hackathon also at the Design in the Age of Experience in Milan for the Milan Design Week. And here we see a couple of examples of the projects that were delivered on that very first XGenerative Design prototype. These projects were again modeled entirely with XGenerative Design on the 3D Experience platform. Another example of a imaginative dome. We have image mapping capabilities within the application. You can set up relationships, complex relationships between geometry to control driving parameters and control geometry to generate data. And there's really no limit to what you can produce. We've even used this up to the scale of city planning and urban design to generate multiple options for a new city development. Finally, now I'd like to introduce Nicolas Senemo, who's going to give us a live demonstration on how to use X-Generative Design to explore our first steps on the platform and show you what the application can really do.
Thank you, Jonathan. So, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna comment a live demo. So we're gonna see together the very first steps to get on board to start using X-Generative Design. So there are a few best practices to respect in order to create your first XGen model. So that's why I'm gonna comment over a live demo that we are used to sharing with our clients and partners. So first of all, X-Generative Design is a web application, so everything starts on basically your web browser, so Google Chrome in that case. So here I'm accessing my platform, and as you know, everything is dashboard. So here I am on my X-Generative Design dashboard. I have a lot of tabs with a lot of X-Generative Design models inside them. So to get started, you need to actually get the X-Generative Design widget, drag and drop it into your tab to start working. So I'm just expanding the window here. You need obviously to rename your model to be able to find it afterwards. And most important of all, you need to select the right collab space in which you're working in order to be able to share it or just to put all the models in the same collab space for a specific project. So here what he does is creating a CATIA product, exactly like in the Reach app. So it's creating a product, and inside the product we have a 3D shape. So here you can see the product that has been created and indexed in your database with the right name and the 3D shape. And all the features that you are going to do are going to be stored in the spec tree here. So this is what we call the immersive interface. So this is where the 3D is going to appear. You've got at the bottom a toolbar that allows you to create points, lines, surfaces, to do more advanced features like join, split, dividing surfaces, things like this, and obviously a view bar. And again, the spec tree. Remember that we are working at the 3D shape level. When you create an X-Generative Design model, you are working at the 3D shape level at this point. So here I'm gonna launch the design sequence, which is the visual scripting interface that has just appeared on the right. So just by clicking on design sequence, edit, it launched the what we call the canvas. So at the bottom here you have a lot of operators that will help you to design your project. So either it's list management operators or geometric features like to create again geometry, but remember that all the features that you have are actually the same as in CATIA. So, and obviously they can generate geometry at the same quality as in CATIA. So those are geometries here, surfaces, all the math operators, images, and coloring. So let's get started with the first operator. So the first operation will just be a translation of my origin with the direction of my XY plane. So I am actually going to get my inputs in what we call global variables, which is a list of favorites. So we are going to see in a bit how you can edit those favorites, but they are very, very efficient and handy. So here I want to move my origin by my XY plane direction and with a distance of 2 meters. So everybody would expect, if I go back to in the immersive, my point being moved of 2 meters up, right? So let me just hide those planes because we don't really need them at this point. But it's very important to insist saying that it's a unified interface. So there are no boundaries between the design sequence or the immersive. So what the geometry you create in one is automatically displayed and created in the other, and it's a total in sync interface. So here, for example, if I change the name of my geometry, so first point, for example, it will be updated in the immersive. So I could even change the operator in the immersive, and my graph would be updated. So let me just continue working in the immersive interface. So I'm just going to create a circle based on my first point on my XY plane with a radius of 1 meter. And I'm going to redo another one, but as a center, my origin this time. So let me just do this again. Here, circle, origin, plane, and then radius 1 meter. So just notice that I'm actually embedding the parameters inside the boxes. So this limits actually the number of boxes because we want to limit the number of operators because it's really easy to get lost. So next step is to divide my circle by a certain number, and I am actually going to make this number a favorite. So this number that I'm creating and that I'm renaming will be accessible for further operations. So here my divide number, and here I'm going to divide my second circle, and I'm going to fetch this new number into my favorite list. So here I don't need to type either the same number, or I don't need to connect it in my design sequence. I can just do it directly in the immersive, and everything is kind of synchronized. So at this point, I'm going to create lines between the two sets of points, and you can see the graph is updated while I'm working in the immersive. So this is little by little you can construct, I would say, a graph, a parametric logic without even connecting a single node. And it's very important to keep the design sequence clean, because you will end up with hundreds probably of those boxes, and your best friend at this point will be the automatic layout feature. And you can also create groups, etc. So at this point, and just please notice that I haven't saved my model yet. But though I'm gonna refresh my page, so it's just to show that in case of, for example, a connectivity loss, you can actually recover your model, because the model is embedded to the widget. So here I'm just recovering my model, and you will see that I'll get to the last state of my actual to my actual model. So here I'm gonna relaunch my graph. Here I am gonna reorder them a little bit to get everything in place. So notice that we've got again a lot of information embedded into the features. So they are kind of intelligent feature, and but you can go a little bit further in publishing parameters. So by publishing a parameter like this one, by clicking on the small Wi-Fi signal here, you're actually making this parameter a controller. So a controller is kind of a super parameter that you can actually access directly from the immersive. So here I can change, for example, 10, and everything will update. So it's a way of passing from back and forth from the immersive and the graph. Going a little bit further on this logic of embedding intelligence into the features, I am gonna show you how you can influence outputs and inputs without creating new features. So this, as an output of my dividing point feature, I've got a list of points. So I have one list of 10 elements, which are points, and I am gonna modify, I'm gonna influence this this list with a list management operator, because I want to change the list structure, for example. So here I can actually embed a sub-function into the function. So here I'm going to deepen. A deepen is a very important list management operator. There are many, but this one is very important. It increases of one dimension of your list. So meaning that here you can see that now I have 10 lists of one element each. So in this particular case, when you cross product a deepen list and a flatten list, you get what we call a cross product. So it basically computes all possible possibilities, and in the watch you can see how everything that is computed, and it gets you at the end a matrix. So the biggest value of this of the unified interface is that you have this what we call the highlight, the cross highlight, and you can actually see the results directly from the graph highlighting in the immersive interface. So this is very, very efficient when it comes to work in and to navigate in a complex environment. So here I'm actually going to isolate different elements here one by one. So different elements on different lists, they have nothing to do with each other, but I need to extract them for some reason, because you have a lot of exception in parametric design. So here I'm going to create an assembly, and you can see that he created me the sub-list in order to extract me those lines. So here he created me out of those lines a sub-list with the right indexes in the first dimension and second. So this is absolutely key in parametric design, working with lists. This is probably the most efficient mean to work with a lot of geometry, and when you need to find a hierarchy between elements. So, and the best way to manage lists will be the graph in that case. But once your logic is done, you can actually shift to the immersive interface and start actually working and doing some versions, some optioning directly from the immersive. So here I am going to change the divide number here directly from the immersive, and you can see that it has updated with the graph being closed. So this is absolutely essential, because it shows how on a web browser you can actually do pretty advanced parametric design with good logic behind it, and it also means that you won't be constrained by a device. You can access your model on an iPad, on an iPhone, on a Mac, or on Windows. It doesn't matter. So it's we're actually removing frictions from devices, from workflows in order to enhance design and productivity. So thank you.
Thank you, Nicolas. It's an exciting application, and you see now the revolutionary aspect of it with the two interfaces. When you're modeling in 3D, it's automatically generating this graph, this design sequence for you, and vice versa. When you're working in the graph, it's automatically generating that application. It's automatically modifying what you've been doing in 3D. So there's one unified model across the multiple user interfaces. So what I'd like to show now are a few resources for those of you who want to grab this application and explore directly. Our first reflex to share training materials with the world is to create a YouTube channel. To create a YouTube channel where we're sharing videos. You can go today now to youtube.com/c/CATIA AEC, where we've posted a number of videos to get you started. There's a video on the first steps in X Generative Design. There's a video on how to do building massing with X Generative Design, and another one on collaboration to model a feature wall with X Generative Design. These are videos that build on top of each other, and I've got 3 examples that show the type of information that you'll learn on X Generative Design. So these are short versions of the videos that are posted online. This video is the collaborative feature wall video, where we're starting in CATIA on the rich client that you've installed on your machine. We're going to insert a new part into the model, and use the CATIA sketcher to create a surface. So right now we're in the sketcher, we're going to make a quick surface. We're going to make a rectangle, we're going to output that profile curve. We're going to also create curves that define the boundaries of our doors. We'll make a surface, we'll split that surface, we'll save that file, and then we'll go to XGenerative Design on the web, search our collaborative space, find that file, find that part, and open it in XGenerative Design. We'll start by making a quick divide. We'll take the boundary curves of those divided elements. We'll offset those curves, and then we'll extrude those curves. We're doing all of this in the 3D immersive environment. At any point then, once we're ready to modify the logic of our model, we can open up the graph. Here I've added a random value operator to produce variation within my model. And then once we've created this model, we can save it, go back to CATIA, do a selective refresh. CATIA has automatically detected a change to this part in the database. It's refreshed the model. And now I can continue my design by modifying the parameters that I defined in XGenerative Design. So for example, we'll change the spacing in the U direction of that surface. We'll change the spacing in the V direction of the surface. And you see that the design sequence is updating and producing this geometry for me. So this is one way of collaborating within a unified master model across different phases and project team members. A second example is how to take a XGenerative Design model that starts in XDesign into a fabrication level of detail. So we'll start here by making two widgets on our dashboard, one XDesign, so this is your first time seeing XDesign, and one XGenerative Design. With XDesign, we'll make a sketch, and this is a CATIA sketch. So when you open this model in the Rich client, you'll have a sketch here that you can edit and modify. We'll make a couple of lines that represent, that will be extruded as a surface, and then we'll make a couple of points as well because we want to do a spline in XGenerative Design. I'm going to model a rectangle here, and here you see the generative nature of XGenerative Design. When I make one rectangle, it replicates that rectangle everywhere. Now I'm going to add some logic in the model to be able to switch from one surface to the other. So I've defined a parameter that switches the inputs of my model. So I'm acting on one surface or the other, and because the base surface now could be different, I want the rectangles to be the size of the rectangles to be computed automatically. So I added some logic to make sure that the height and width of my panels update based on the input surface. I'm going to open this model in the Rich client, and you see that when I switch that surface selector, it still updates. And now I'm going to create a new part inside using the sheet metal design application. So with a sheet metal design application will allow me to make this panel, and it does the calculations for K factor for folding and everything like that. It does the notching based on the machining requirements. It includes an unfold view that I can project into a drawing for manufacturing. And now I'm going to create a CATIA assembly, a curtain wall assembly. So I'll input my XDesign and XGenerative Design model. I'll input my sheet metal panel, and I assigned the width of this sheet metal panel based on the rectangle sizes from XGenerative Design. I can do an assembly constraint to position my sheet metal panel in place, and do an assembly pattern to replicate that panel across all of the axis systems in my model. Because CATIA is parametric, when I change my input surface, my model will update. And because I linked the size of my sheet metal panel to the size of the rectangle computed in my XGenerative Design model, the size of my panels change too. Extending this a bit further, I'm going to make an Imagine and Shape surface, which is a subdivision surface, and replace my previous surface with this new subdivision surface. Now you see my assembly pattern is completely updated. And I can continue sculpting my surface, and all of my panels positioning will update and change. This is the final result, and because these are sheet metal panels, I can always go back and show that unfold. And had I included a drawing in this model, I could export all of those drawings to the shop for fabrication. The final example is going to take that one step further. So this video is a building massing video that you'll see on our YouTube channel that will walk you through every step to model this building. Exploring some of the driving parameters through the controllers panel, you see how we can produce variation within the design space of this model. And what we want to do is single out one of these canopies. We're going to build an engineering template, and then we're going to use CATIA KnowledgeWare to instantiate that parametric engineering template across the canopy geometry. So we'll walk you through in XGenerative Design how to take a surface and create a triangle pattern on that surface using a subdivision surface as an input just to test our model. So through list manipulation, we come up with the triangularization pattern. We can control the polylines and change them back and forth, change the orientation back and forth. We have axis systems that will anchor our assembly, our engineering templates. And then in CATIA, the rich client, we're going to show you how to model an engineering template from scratch. This is a component, a fixation component that's going to be used to assemble our panels. You see how we create that engineering constraint within our model that positioned our panel. And now we're going to do an assembly pattern within that panel for all of our fixings that are common across all of our panels. Back in the contextual model, we can instantiate those engineering templates into our model using our XGenerative Design triangular grid by running an action. All of this information is on our YouTube channel, so if you want to run through this process, you're capable of learning directly from our videos. And the final view of those panels, once they've been instantiated into the contextual master model that was defined in XGenerative Design and rendered with live rendering. So you see with these three examples the breadth and depth of our solutions for CATIA to do to execute an entire design process from generative model through to construction. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention. It's been a whirlwind presentation here covering a lot of topics. It just goes to show the offer that we have with XGenerative Design integrated into the greater AEC portfolio from CATIA on the 3D Experience platform. I think it'd be great to see what kind of questions have been raised during the presentation and how we can and what kind of answers we have to those questions. So, Nicola, do you have any questions for me?
I do, as a matter of fact. So we've already got 5 of them. Pretty interesting. So the first one is, can I edit the design sequence graph in the rich client?
Great question. Great question. Today in 19X, you do not have access to the design sequence in the rich client. You saw that in XGenerative Design, you can open up a model, you can create a model, you can explore design variations by creating that script. But in the rich client, there is we've had technical limitations. We have not exposed that in 19X.
All right. Second question, can I create my own nodes?
That's another great question. In 19X global availability, so that's what's available today, no, you cannot create your own nodes. However, we have planned for an FD release, I believe, in the coming months. Sometime probably in the summer of 2019, you'll be able to capture a grouping of nodes and collapse them into one unique node that can then be shared across your enterprise. And that will be coming soon, and we'll see. We have plans to extend that functionality even further in the future, but more on that in the future.
Thanks. Third one, can I use XGenerative Design to create and modify assemblies?
That's another great question. Today, no, you cannot use XGenerative Design at the assembly level. However, you can reference parameters and geometry across assemblies using traditional CATIA mechanisms. So you saw in one of the videos how we reference global parameters to drive an XGenerative Design model across multiple XGenerative Design models across an assembly. and that's where it stands today. But in the future, chances are, yes, you probably will be able to work at the assembly level with the X Generative Design.
So nothing prevents you from making assemblies of different XGen models, and you can link them with common parameters.
Absolutely. That's available today.
Okay.
Out of the box.
Thanks. So are there additional X apps and roles planned for the future?
There are. We are expecting to release a portfolio of X roles in the future. X Generative Design and X Design are the first of what will become many, and what's really exciting for me as an architect is how we're going to expand and verticalize X Generative Design using more traditional building experience modeling techniques and functionality.
Fair enough. Last one, which is probably a question that comes across the mind to a lot of people. How do I get access to this application?
Great question. X Generative Design, apart from being easily accessible on the 3D Experience platform through any web browser, is available through our dedicated sales channels. If you're a small or medium company, reach out to one of our value-added resellers, our VAR partners, and they will be able to get you access to this application for an evaluation or a paid license. We have a special offer for AEC users and AEC customers that makes that packages up X Generative Design, X Design, all of that into one simple, easy to access package, and that's available through our partners. So go to our website, find a partner near you in your geography, and don't be afraid to reach out to them to get to get your license.
Perfect. Thank you, Jonathan.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your attention. I hope this has been informative. Please go to our YouTube channel, reach out to your partners, explore X Generative Design, and give us your feedback. We're very excited to hear how you hear and see how you're using X Generative Design to expand your creativity and imagine.
Now let's talk about some other log types. IPC worker. So IPC worker is where you can see the stream logs of pre-recorded videos in real time. What happens is that in your support tool, you can only see them after 10 minutes or so. But here you can see them as they are happening in real time. So let's take an example. I'll go back to Grafana and I'll pick up a stream that is actually live right now. These are broadcasting, so let's pick this one, 5339800. These are the schedule IDs, remember. So it's 5339800. Press enter. And here you can see the stream is ongoing and it's perfectly fine. The speed is 1x. The bitrate is good, and it is assigned to worker 10. It is being sent to Facebook. So all is good with this stream, so there's no error, but you can actually see it in real time. And if you want to see it, like if you want to refresh this, click this calendar button on the top and select refresh every, let's say 3 seconds, and press start. And now it will automatically refresh every 3 seconds. So you can see, for example, the frame number, it will change. So the logs are coming and they are, automatically getting refreshed. You can change it to 1 second or 2 seconds.
Hello? I don't know if I'm live or not. Hey. Hi. I'm relatively confident that I am live this time. Hello ladies, hi, happy day 5. How is all the ladies on the 5-day Eat, Move, Win free course doing? brilliant, I hope. Brilliant, I see. I am seeing some phenomenal results. I've seen lots of pounds shed, inches lost, people feeling great. In fact, the most recent comment I read really made my heart sing. It was from our Lindsay Norris, who has lost pounds, and she made a very interesting comment by saying that was all while eating carbs and fats. So how much have we been conditioned to think, hi Lindsay, well done you! How much have we been conditioned to think that carbs are the enemy or fats are the enemy? Back when we were younger and our mum was doing Weight Watchers, and remember, you know, you used, I certainly did, and I know that lots of my friends did, like your mum would sit and count up her points at the end of the day with that wee book to see if she could have a biscuit with her cup of tea. Back then we were conditioned to think that fats were the enemy, and then probably the last 10-20 years, as I talked about in my live yesterday, we've been conditioned to think that carbs are the enemy. Neither of them are the enemy. They are both absolutely essential and absolutely wonderful to A, a healthy, balanced diet, and B, having a happy, energized life so that we're not absolutely exhausted all the time. So, Lindsay and Susan, you're on the ball. You're in fact quite a bit more on the ball than me because you've already done a hashtag live. So anyone joining us, if you're watching this live, please give me a hashtag live. If you're watching this on the replay, please give me a hashtag replay. Now, as Emma and I both mentioned when we first started this challenge, we used to do these all the time, but this is the first one we've done in ages, so I'm a little bit rusty. But I just wanted to specifically talk today about success not always being measured on the scales. So I've seen a couple of unhappy faces today that haven't lost weight and are feeling a wee bit disappointed. And I get that. We've been conditioned, again, to always measure success and failure on a scale. But the scale can't tell us the whole story. And I literally spoke to a client today who has put on weight but lost inches. So the first thing I would say to you is, if you haven't lost weight, go back to your waist measurement or have a wee think if your jeans are feeling a wee bit looser. See if there's any other wins in there. One of the ladies that works with us, actually, when she originally did a 5-day challenge, she did not lose weight on it, but she went on to lose over 3 stone. So 5 days isn't a massive amount of time. There's also lots of other reasons that aren't kind of calorie related that we can put on weight or not lose weight. Big one is if we're due our menstrual cycle, and that's true for people who are postmenopausal as well, or who are, you know, they've got the implant and they don't actually have a monthly bleed. We do still have a cycle where our progesterone and estrogen peak and ebb and flow, and that can cause us to hold on to a bit more water at a certain time of the month. If we had quite a salty meal last night or processed foods, so it might not have been high in calorie and it might still have met all of the wee hand portions, but if it was extra salty, chances are that our body's holding on to more water because of the sodium content in there. So the biggie here is, please do not measure all success on the scales. There's successes in other places. Also have a think as well, have you been sleeping any better just from minimising caffeine or eating properly? Or, big one, have your stress levels changed? So one of the things that we get you to do at the very start of this challenge is to do a meal plan and go shopping and absolutely commit to it. And has that changed your stress levels through the week in terms of thinking, oh, what am I going to have for dinner today? Oh, I need to get to the shops after work. Oh, I'm just going to have this biscuit because I'm hungry and I've not got anything in. Have your stress levels changed in that respect? Are you feeling more in control? Are you feeling better? So that's that from me. The last thing I just wanted to say is, it's been amazing. It's been great getting this energy on the go again, seeing all of you with tomatoes on your head and just having fun with you all. This kind of 5-day course is quite restrictive, so we do ask you to restrict yourself quite a bit, and I would just say make sure, if you haven't already, that you're registered for Emma's call tonight, her workshop, because that's going to show you how to take what you've learned in this nutrition session and turn it into real life. and it's also going to have more information for anyone that's interested in potentially working with us. So please make sure that you're there tonight for Emma to wrap it all up for you and bring it all together. And if I don't speak to you again, it's been a blast, and hopefully I will speak to some of you again.
Okay, so now let's talk about IPC Restreamer logs. So if you click open again, and you can choose IP Restreamer. So these are for the real-time streaming logs. Here you can see the account ID, and you can see people are streaming, and they are using, this guy is using a New York server. So I have set up a refresh rate for 3 seconds, so you can see it's refreshing. So one person is using London and one is using New York, and the speed is okay for the most part. This account ID here, this is the social account ID. Let me just stop this, refresh. Yeah. So this is the social account ID, not the user ID. This is very important. And for example, if you, this is 603554, so you can go to your support tool, go to social accounts and search 603554. Was it this one? 603554. So this is the, so I've clicked social accounts on the left hand side and then search the social account ID. So click here and scroll down and you can see the user account ID here. So this is the user and he's streaming on Facebook in real time. Now remember that these logs will only appear here when somebody actually forwards them to a destination. So if you send a stream from OBS and it appears in OneStream dashboard, no logs will appear here. They will only appear once you click go live to one of your channels, including OneStream. But if you have not forwarded if you are not forwarding the stream anywhere, there will be no logs coming in Logly. So now I can see, for example, this guy is having a speed of 0.81, so he must be facing some buffering. So his social account ID is this, and it might be something to do with his internet connection, or maybe it might be that he's not using a server closest to his location. I don't know, but this is how you can actually see the logs of real-time stream. And if you want to filter them from a specific account ID, you can just put account ID, and then if you put a colon here, then colon means it has to be exactly that value. So let me search 603554, 603554, and I press enter. So I will get a filtered list of only this social account ID. And I can see the logs. Again, I have not, let me go back and set the refresh rate to 3 seconds and start. And so now they will continuously refresh and new logs will appear. So for example, in this example, this guy's stream is definitely buffering. So this is how you can actually see the stream, real-time stream logs in real time as they're happening without having to wait for the logs to appear in support tool. Okay, so for example, this guy's stream is really buffering. So the social account ID is 603554. So I searched the social account, and then I found out that this is the user, and his user account ID is 412409. So if I search it here, I can find the user. So just out of curiosity, I went to Crisp and checked, and his location is coming as from Pakistan. And it seems the gateway is third party, so he's using AppSumo, a lifetime plan. And its location is Pakistan, but the Restreamer server is New York. So probably that's the reason that he's streaming from Pakistan, sending it to New York, and his internet might not be so good. So that's why the stream is buffering. But that's how you can find out the real-time streaming logs. If you click one of these arrows, you can actually expand this one single message and see different fields and their types. So on the top here in the search field, there are different options to search. There are different keywords, and they depend on these field names. So suppose you want to search with the host name, you can come here and you can even see it here. So host.hostname, and let's say you want to search for a host name London. So all the streams that are running on London server, so you can press enter and it will highlight or search all the London
Hey! 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 Hey!
What the fuck?
All right. I was on the phone with my mom, sorry. She was asking me what horses eat and she couldn't hear me.
Fuck's sake.
People think I'm funny. I'm funny. I know I am. That's why my boss hired me. I do a really good impression of my boss. Oh, do some work.
Oh, you got the job.
Hey Fitz, can you do this voice yet?
I can absolutely do that voice. Oh no. Listen, you guys, I know that you're probably thinking, oh boy, it's my chance to get into a video, but
No.
what I want you to do is I want you to
I
just...
don't want in your shit videos, dude. Yeah, fuck you,
Oh,
bitch.
okay.
I'm unsubscribing.
Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna see how far back this chair goes. I wonder if it goes back further. Fuck! This is bad.
He's still on the floor.
Are we playing another game? I bring my feminist tears mug to every party I go through. Make a statement.
Yeah, make a statement. I'm not getting any pussy tonight.
Yeah, just go to a party with a mug that says the wage gap doesn't exist and just see how much pussy you get.
I don't like how the media portrays that, like, hanging yourself is the best way to kill yourself. I think there's a whole arsenal of ways you can try that really go underappreciated. Like making some toast in the tub, bro. Quick and painless.
Yeah, plus you got a snack. Detectives arrive on the scene like, huh, it's a suicide. Just starts crunching on the toast.
One officer is like, all right, don't touch any evidence, Officer 2. Well, I couldn't hear you. I was busy eating this wet toast.
Hey, why would he waste this?
Terrorist has been planted.
Just tie a terrorist to the bomb site.
Just has no bomb.
If no one unties you, I'm gonna get really mad.
I'm gonna
All the
explode
CTs are
with
freaking
anger.
out.
You're my bitch! Yeah! Fucking bitch. I'm edgy. I make jokes that are kind of weird.
Sounds like when my Skyrim companion dies. It's just like-
Sir, we must go to Tamriel.
Sounds like a wolf trying to howl at the sun.
Fucking dyslexic
I
wolf.
unplugged my headset. Holy shit. I had a plan. I was going to go jack off to porn, and then I was going to go make a fucking bologna mustard sandwich, and then I was going to go to bed.
Look, you don't have to be here, Swagger, if you don't want to be here. I invited you out of the kindness of my heart.
Look, sometimes you just want to pop the cork and let the wine run, you know?
Or you could always just jerk off while you're playing.
You know what? Fuck it, I'll do it.
All right. Oh, no. Jesus. I was kidding. You don't have to
Hear
do
the
that.
fucking belt buckle.
Swagger, it's really not necessary.
You sure?
Yeah, it's...
I'm gonna
don't.
class it, but it won't take me that long.
Yeah.
I don't think I can get erect in this situation. I'm trying. I'm at the stage where I'm like flicking it hard, just to get like the blood.
See,
going to
the thing
end
is
through
that I
centrifugal
know you,
force.
and I don't doubt that you actually are doing that.
You hear that?
I can hear that, yeah. Stop that. Fuck's sake, knock it off. As if that's flaccid.
It is at a 70 right now. So Smitty, what's going on?
What did I join?
So Swagger...
Smacking my dick against the
Yeah,
table.
he pulled out his
One
penis.
at a time, boys, please. Are you like jacking off?
Well, see, Swagger was complaining because he said that I got in the way of his night because he was planning on jacking off and then making a nice, what was it, Swagger? Like a sandwich, mustard sandwich or something?
Mustard and bologna sandwich.
Mustard
on
bologna
whole wheat.
sandwich. Yeah, so he was going to jack off. So I suggested that he just multitask and jack off now. And he's unbuckled his belt.
I called his bluff and I did it.
Yeah, he's smacking his penis against this table.
Now, you know something funny? My dick is uncomfortably erect at this point. Should we all take our dicks out and smack it against
This
the
is
table?
getting super gay super quick.
We're at the drive-thru. Yeah.
Hey.
What is this, a fucking deep fried drive-thru?
There's a dust storm going on outside. Hey, sir, what would you like? Would you like?
Hey! I want one side of fries and 3 cheeseburgers.
Okay.
Hurry!
What was the last one?
Hurry! There's a dust storm outside. Please.
Parmesan cheese sign?
No! 3 cheeseburgers, please.
3 cheese
Burgers. Cheeseburger. Thank you. Okay.
We don't serve cheeseburgers here, sir.
Where am I currently?
You're at your neighborhood Wendy's, sir.
What the? I thought. Forget it.
Spaghetti?
I'm gonna get blown over to the next drive-thru.
Hey, welcome to Taco Bell, sir. What would you?
Hello, is this Taco Bell?
Yeah, you're at the Taco Bell. Ironically, I work at both places.
Can I please just have a bunch of napkins to clean my eyes? They're covered in sand. I just want a napkin and some water, please.
A napkin and some. We don't serve napkin water here, sir.
Oh, the storm stopped. Hi, I'll take a 1 McDouble.
It's time for the game. What will you take, sir?
1 large taco.
Uh-huh.
And that's it. Just a one large taco.
I can't do that for you, sir. Please drive along.
I came all the way out here.
For 1 taco.
In the middle of a
single
sandstorm.
taco. Grizzy, congrats on the channel growth.
Thanks. It was fucking the first jump was because of you. I was so confused.
And
But I
don't
got
you
tweeted
fucking
at.
forget it. You own it for the rest of your fucking life. I'm gonna hang it over your head.
You know, Grizzy, they put your laugh on the back of cigarette cartons to dissuade people from smoking.
Oh, hello, Wicca.
How you doing today, Wicca?
Wicca, 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 Wicca. I'm
Holy
100%
shit, I had no
Wicca.
idea you were a DJ.
100% Wicca.
Wicca, 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 Wicca. I'm 200% Wicca. Hey, Wicca?
What is wrong
Have you
with
ever
John?
fucked a guy that is ambiguously sexual?
Ambiguously sexual.
I don't know what kind of sexual I am, and neither does anyone else. I'm ambiguous. That's me, little Mr. Box. You buy me, and you don't know what you're gonna get. Do you want to be on my talk show? I stopped counting my years about 5 years ago. It's ambiguous.
But surely by saying 5 years ago, that means that you kept track of how many years have passed since you stopped counting your years, right?
Hey, why don't you shut the fuck up? I'm ambiguous.
All right, good sesh. Jack off and make my sandwich.
Well, you're a strange man, Swagger. You live a strange life.
All right. Good night.
Good night, Swagger. Enjoy yourself.
Good night. Oh, he's back. That was fast.
Might have been a misclick.
I think he joined by accident. Oh no, Swagger, your mic's on. No, oh god. Swagger, you're still in Discord.
Why are you fidgeting with the buckle so
Someone
much? It's not
message
that
him.
hard.
You fucking idiot. Shit.
Typing in porn.
I know, that's me trying to message him. Let's just hope that he's got fucking headphones on.
Sounds like he's trying to set up a Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like.
He's got a Bluetooth subwoofer for porn.
Picks up random jogger.
Oh, thanks, but no thanks, sweetie. I'm running later than
The 92-cent store is having a sale on sheets. I thought maybe we should stock up.
Yeah.
This is fucking boring.
Meanwhile, back to the whole
Why are you listening to like Southern porn?
No, I passed you.
Oh, he's bored with that one. He's choosing a different video.
Storyline wasn't good enough.
Like in the morning, your breakfast, I'll bring it to you. What are your plans?
Meet the waiters.
Suck your cock. All the clothes
wait a
put
minute.
good.
Could you repeat that, please?
What are your plans?
Fuck you.
Oh my god, he's so picky.
Japanese girls exchanging bodily fluids. Click.
What?
Thanks for the Steam message.
We just heard everything.
Good. Hope you enjoyed it.
I hope you're full of shit right now. There's no way.
Oh yeah, he's.
You joined back twice, Swagger. Don't give me that shit. He's gone.
Exchanging bodily fluids.
I would just like to remind you that you are within the company of a woman, so no sexual jokes, please.
Hell yeah.
Are you a bad bitch?
I mean, I could be whatever you want me to be, but...
Doesn't sound that bad. That sounds gross.
That
I don't know about that.
sounds nasty. Bro, I could be a bottle of mustard if you want me to be. You can squeeze me all the time.
Could you be a cat? Wait.
What the fuck did I walk into?
There's a lot
Throw
of
in some
squeezing.
mayonnaise, throw in some honey. I can make you some honey mustard, my dude.
You got a fat pussy?
Fuck. It's so weird. I wonder why we don't have any black friends online.
Because we're racist.
Yeah, I think that's right. That's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. KKK's like, I think we should bring in a couple black guys just for like company diversity. He's like, Gary, we're fucking racist, remember? He's like, ah, shit, you're right. You're right. My bad. Watashi wa pussy-kun. That means my name is Pussy-kun.
Oh, Fitzy, eh? I haven't slept in days.
Why? Why would you do that to yourself?
Watching lolly porn. Just non-stop.
It's watching lolly porn. Hey?
What is lollycut?
Lolly is
Don't Google it. You'll get hit by the FBI.
Yeah, don't Google it. For the uncut versions, get $100 a month on Patreon.
I'm an uncut virgin.
Fitz Uncut's just a fucking dick reveal.
That's my Pornhub username.
Girl just walks into the room with a pair of scissors.
Are you ready to get circumcised?
Holy shit, that aroused me in ways I have never experienced before. Fetish unlocked.
Dude, this guy's definitely Fitz, dude.
Yeah? Nani?
Bill Clinton.
Start speaking Japanese.
I don't speak English, ASH.
Fuck.
He's sick.
Can I get to buy, please? Fuck.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't think this is going so well.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
You're welcome, kids. Captain Obvious just like as a kid superhero just tells them fucking obvious shit all the time.
Clapping makes a noise.
Thanks, Captain Obvious, yeah. Thanks for that. Just burst into the room at like really fucking unfortunate times. Like at someone's funeral. She's dead. Help me, Captain Obvious. That guy's got your purse. I know, you fucking asshole. Come and help me.
Alexa, is the FBI listening to this? Alexa, what is your purpose? Alexa, are the frogs gay?
Alexa, will you tell the FBI if I watch Lolicon?
Did you just hear this?
No.
Definitely not. There's like just an FBI agent just turns on his mic. No, go ahead. Go ahead. That'd be great. That's great. You should do that.
Alexa, can what I say to you be used in a court of law?
No. Go ahead.
Alexa, why did your voice change?
Don't know what you're talking about.
This is a woman. Watches as she strolls through the Counter-Strike map, trying to figure out her lefts from rights. See, they struggle very differently.
Automatically gravitates towards the kitchen.
Wow. What a zinger. What a fucking zinger. Oh, wow.
Yeah, dispatch over. I think we have a gay man sending banana. Over.
You know, you don't have to make the sound by yourself. You literally are on a walk.
You're gay?
Let's go, Lil Nut. Yeah. He's cute. He's handsome.
I'd fuck him.
He's dead. I must impress you. Flashbang. That is Beckeru. Fuck. So, Weeb Destroyer.
Uh-huh.
What's up with that?
Am I right?
What the fuck? Kind of an offensive name, don't you think?
Smitty-kun, watashi wa anarder ni kokya hakusuru hitsu yoga arai mesu.
Smitty. Please. Be my senpai!
Fitz, I woke up 2 hours ago. I'm really not in the mood.
Please!
Fitz, please.
Everything's done with the boy.
Stop.
I knew that you were the one for me, man.
Why do you sound like a South Park character?
Hey, it's Eric Carmen. I got my own anime now.
It sounds
I just
like
wanted to
Eric
say,
Carmen.
fuck you, Cap, because I'm a fucking weeaboo now, and I'm gonna go to Japan and learn Japanese and fuck mad anime bitches. You can suck my fucking balls, Cap.
Breathing, 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 breathe, breathe, breathing.
Yeah, all right.
You're so good at breathing.
Yeah, you're so good. I really love it.
You keep that up.
You keep it up.
Yeah, no. Yeah, the way we're gonna get America out of this recession is Rob's gonna take some deep breaths. It's gonna be good.
We're bringing out a new mixtape of all of John's presidential impressions. We've got Benjamin Franklin.
I'm Benjamin Franklin.
And and Obama.
I'm Barack Obama. You know, I don't understand the appeal of hentai.
It's because there's no gay hentai.
That's probably why.
I want to see me some huge anime man titties.
Some huge enemy cock.
Like chicks with dicks?
Yes, it's called futa.
Man, Fitz knows so much about hentai.
I'm sorry, blaming the 12-year-old is not a valid defense against your pedophile charges, John. You can't just blame the 12-year-old.
It's not my fault he was so hot.
What was that buzzing? Was that you, Porty?
It's not what it sounds like.
Then what is it?
It's my foot rubber.
Yeah.
What the hell is a foot rubber? Back in my day, we called them servants.
Did I kill him?
Just consistency and high reps and low weight, bro. Trust me, bro. You'll get fucking jacked. See, I'm not that tall, dude. I did row machine 2 days ago. That shit will fuck you right, son. That shit will fuck you right.
row machine with some good weight on it, bro.
Oh my god, dude. It's some good form, bro.
That shit'll
I like how this is just the most bro conversation that I've ever heard in my life.
Oh my god.
It's like, yo, bro, I smoked some sick Gorilla Glue, bro. I was fucking lit, dude. I just knocked back a pre-workout. Fuck this girl called Stacy. Called it a day, bro. I was fucking lit.
Gorilla Glue?
Yeah, I got some fire-ass gorilla.
Yo, did they got bud in New Zealand or what?
Quick, dude, I want to snap you on my empty fucking
dude,
live
I'll
resume.
snap you. What's your snap name? I'll just know who you're, though.
Dude, that's a sexy-ass name. What the fuck? Thanks, buddy.
You guys gonna start jerking off or something? Snapchat live. Yo, bro, check out this fire cock, my dude, bro. I do squats with my cock, dude. Fucking check this out. About to hit up that 8-pack, bro. It's gonna be fucking sick on my dick, dude. So, you're wanting to divorce your wife? Yeah. Why is that? She got fat. Okay, that's not exactly a valid.
I fuck my side hoe.
Okay, regardless of your side hoe,
she my stepsister.
I keep it in the family.
Oh,
My dick, that is. I keep my dick in my family.
Okay, yeah, we get it.
What I'm trying to say here, Your Honor, is that I fucking love fucking my sister.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, we understand.
Yeah.
Sir, that's illegal in this state.
I put my dick up in that bitch, you know what I'm saying?
Sir, you're
sliding on it. It's like a
you're
great.
digging into digging yourself a
You're
deeper
admitting
hole,
to
sir.
crime.
Yeah, digging a hole in that ass, bitch. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
Sure, you do realize you are in a courthouse.
Yeah, and I robbed the bank when I was 27.
Sir, you do
Just admits to all of his sins.
Is that true, sir?
Yeah, I'm fucked up on drugs right now.
What kind of-
I ain't
what kind
even
of
paid
drugs?
my taxes, bitch. Got $3 million in an offshore account, bitch.
And here's proof of all this.
Here's all the documentation required to imprison me right now.
Here's footage of me committing a terrorist act back in 2009.
Here's a selfie of me in the plane that flew into 9/11.
My name is Action Ramen Elf McKee.
Oh man, spooks are funny.
Yeah, what are they? Are they a spoon or a fork? Make up
Are
your
you a
fucking mind.
Spoon or a fork? I don't know.
What the fuck voice is that?
Like David Attenborough trying to figure out what a spork is.
What the fuck are you?
What the fuck is this?
Forks are the transgender kitchen utensils.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the SS Fuck Yourself.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain. Ooh. I'm on point with these deeks today, Fambino. What? I'm making John speechless.
Jinkies, Batman.
That's not the right crossover, John. You can't just mix and match Scooby-Doo with Batman like that.
I can do whatever I want, Fitz.
Fuck yourself.
Fuck you.
Fuck yourself. Cunt.
All right, Kirby, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, stay composed. Stay composed.
Is that a gamer girl?
I would never hit a woman, especially if their name was Kirby.
Fuck, this is cringy.
So Kirby, what's it like?
What's what like?
Playing CS:GO.
It's pretty fun. If you take the harassment and little kids and inappropriate comments to me, it's pretty fun.
Well, I've never said anything inappropriate to a woman in my life because I'm a nice man. I'm a gentleman.
I can tell you are.
Aw, you're making me blush.
Tips Fedora.
I don't own a fedora. It's actually a trilby.
I want to walk away from this conversation so badly, but I'm stuck in place.
So no, Kirby, come on. We can sit here and talk.
Wait, could you two lovebirds come out of spawn, please?
No, Kirby.
Kirby, don't go!
So you're 18 or 19?
I'm about to be 19.
Oh, that's good news. I mean, happy birthday.
The selection of words I can now use towards you online has now broadened by quite a bit.
I had water in my mouth. I just spilled it all in my front when you say congratulations.
Does your boyfriend play video games?
He does.
Oh, fuck. I mean, I'm happy. Why isn't he in here now?
He's watching a football game right now.
I'd give you attention.
God, this is so bad.
I was looking at myself in the mirror, right? You know, I was flexing. I was, got my biceps, my triceps, my quadrilaterals, and my polygons just sheening in the mirror. And
2,000 years later.
so I was surprised this guy came in trying to rob the gym. So what I did is I took a dumbbell, and, I did about 100 reps, and then I punched him in the face and knocked him out in one punch, and I saved the day. I was a hero.
Good job.
So, Kirby, give me your honest opinion. How's this lobby going so far for you?
This game sucks.
Hey, Kirby, want to hear a cool sound?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I just smoked, so I'm a little nutty. Do you smoke marijuana?
Me? No.
Fuck. It's not gonna work, Kirby. I'm sorry. I have to cut it off here. I'm gonna mute you now.
I'm proud of all of you, except Kevin.
Wait, why aren't you proud of me though?
Well, no comment. You're just a bit of a shit cunt, you know?
Well, the way I see it, John, I'm doing 6 for 1 and you're doing 2 for 3.
The way I see it, you're a fucking asshole.
Fuck.
I'm gonna need you to come follow me. Very. Put your knife away. Put your knife away. Come on, you don't need any of that. Stay by the door. Yeah, right by the door. No, closer.
There's one of them.
Close. Go
area.
Like closer. There you go. Okay, inside.
You fucking bastard.
Hello, mate. Nate the mate. All right, Mushroom Man.
Dude,
hello.
are you?
The fuck's
Are
wrong
you
with
the
you? What are you
real
shooting
dude?
me for?
Are you the real swagger soul?
Am I the real No, I'm not. I'm completely fake.
Rap for me, dude. Rap for me.
Oh, fuck you.
Yo, when it comes to me, the MC coming in this shit like, oh, I can't believe I'm rapping honestly. Can I not concede to this shit? Honestly, I got a bitch on her knees.
Fuck you, Markiplier, and your extra 2 million.
Maybe you should start making Five Nights at Freddy's playthroughs, you stupid green head bitch.
Maybe you should stop being in a midlife crisis, you red-haired cunt.
Stop fighting!
War Owl, help me. How do I do the improv awareness spray? I forgot. Show me. Da, 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 da.
64 times 64. That's 1221.
60. Siri, what's 64 times 64?
It's 4,096.
Fuck you.
Oh, this is only going to kill me. Oh, you know, this reminds me of back in Nam, all my friends dying around me.
Why are you laughing? That sounds terrible.
Oh, I laugh to hide the pain.
Flashes B. Looks like Fitzy is going to be pushing
No!
up the monster, and he does get taken down there by Hypermore. Who could have seen this play? The scout headshot to the off.
That was good casting, though.
Thank you.
One water, I think.
I know he had a stroke.
I got juice in my mouth.
I'm gonna go through teaspoon.
I said I got juice in my mouth.
I've got jizz in my mouth. I've got jizz in my mouth.
Jizz in my mouth. You got what? Jizz. Jizz? No. Fitzy's gonna get himself a knife kill here with that Felch invaded. He doesn't need to find himself the frag. Drop it on the side with an explosiveness. He gets the first. He finds himself the second. And then it's gonna be Kevin clutching the round with a knife kill and 2 stunning XM shotgun shots there to close things out.
Hey, Siriacha, you hold the fuck out of that side, dude. Nice.
Hold it.
Hold it like your uncle holds your testicles.
Yeah.
Tune in next week for Swagger Souls kills his own son.
It's alright, because I want to die anyway.
Well, that took a dark turn.
Yeah.
I feel like shit, I want...
Hey, you got really supple lips.
Fuck's sake.
I'm gonna molest you.
Okay. All right. Let's get this over with.
Alrighty then. Hi there.
Hoit.
Please prepare for a swift molesting.
Hey, Kuko, where's the next Kind Chronicles? I've been waiting all day.
Tomorrow. It's a very colorful emoji. It says wet.
I love Counter-Strike ever since they added the emoji update.
I like mine. I like the smile.
What is that voice?
Smile looks demented as fuck.
What the fuck was that voice?
Call the strats in that voice. Tell us what to do with that voice.
Yeah, just call all the strats.
The strats to go down with fans.
It really hurts to do that voice.
Hey, don't worry, I'm planting the emoji. I did it.
I can plant emojis anywhere. It's my world.
Oh, no, he's what I'm being. Why are you on A side? The strat was go
B. We are content creators.
Kugo with the gloves and he's got himself a dig and he's climbing up a ladder and he's gonna get the kill, yeah!
You got a beautiful singing voice, Fitz. I got a hand to you.
Title of this video is Beautiful Singing Voice. What?
Amazing singer and CSGO.
It's the first time in a while that I have played alright. And I tell you today, Jack is a raging queer.
Wait, what? That's homophobic, John. What the fuck?
No, he's allowed to be. It's a good thing. I like the fuckers. You're a fucking queer.
I am not a fucking queer.
I bet you. I bet you kiss girls, faggot.
I do not kiss. Wait a second.
Now there's a timeout. This is awkward.
What are you doing? What's awkward about the situation?
I don't know.
Just starts fucking like being distressed. You're like claustrophobic because you can't move. Calm down, John. It's just a timeout.
I'm very stressed out.
I can see
They're
that.
probably plotting against us.
It's okay. We're gonna be fine. Look, we're winning.
Oh.
It's gonna be okay. Why the fuck is that so funny?
Hey, nice knife, bro.
Oh, thanks, bro. You too, dude. Is that a...
Cheers, bro. Is that a Falchion spit, dude?
That's a Falchion fan?
Dude, no way, dude.
How we all doing tonight?
My name's Becky. Becky with a K.
Yeah, I can see that. Any reason why? It's with a double K, Becky.
They call me Bactrina because I carry a lot of bacteria.
Oh yeah, like in your mouth and shit.
Yeah, I have herpes. Hey, no offense, but you guys suck.
No offense, I can't tell if you're a 12-year-old boy or a girl.
No offense, shut the fuck up, Jordan. You can't even spell your own name right.
That is my name. Jordan is my name.
Well, it's a stupid name and your parents hate you.
Jesus, Balls, let's just tone it back a little bit, okay? Fuck. Good evening, everyone. How are we?
I want candy.
Oh, I don't have any candy.
I do.
Oh, there you go. This guy's got some candy, Bex.
I know a boy who's so sweet.
Is it this guy? Because he's got candy.
His name is named out, he can't be beat. He's got everything that I desire.
Shut the fuck up, you slut.
Candy so sweet, it makes my mouth water.
Thank you for that, Becky. And welcome to the game.
Thank you.
Shut the fuck up, you slut, before I stick my cock in your ass and then in your... You fucking sound like under 16. I'll fucking rape you, you little slut.
You are such a pleasant person. I can't wait to play this game.
I love this game. Look at this team. Isn't it great? Don't you think rape is great?
Isn't Jack the biggest cunt?
That you have ever seen?
He's a cunt. He's a cunt. He's a big old fat old stinking cunt. Oh, Jackie boy.
He's got herpes and genital warts. He's got STDs you had never thought.
He has everything he could want except a lady.
That was honestly just the most beautiful duet I've ever had in my life. Thank you so much for singing with me, Larry.
It's okay, Becky. You know, anytime, I'm glad to be a part of it. Now, how about we settle up, we get our manners in check, and we have a fun experience together, eh? Doesn't that sound good?
I can be your hero, baby. I can wash away the pain.
I never shower. It's like, but I just slipped that in there.
Hello, everybody. My name is John on the radio, and today I am saying hello.
That's, you don't have to announce every time you're saying hello, John. That's just fucking weird, man.
Hello.
Yeah, okay. Well, you've said it now.
From me to you.
Is that you?
No, it's,
I would say I'm a big fan, but I'm not.
Oh, that is fair.
When your mum beats your ass, does it hurt?
Oh yeah, I kind of like it though.
Well, you know what might fix that? If you went to fits.fanfiber.com and bought some Fits merch. It's beautifully quality made, and it's thick, so you won't feel the smackings.
Yeah, my dad used to beat me as well, and as soon as I bought one of those Fits jumpers, oh man, my problems went down the drain. No more pain, no more issues, no more crying into 4-ply tissues. I just bought myself a jumper and everything was dandy.
I love how you all have knives. It's great.
Yeah, because we're rich.
Yeah, our mum's bought it for us.
My dad's a doctor.
My dad's an accountant.
My dad suck a dick for a living.
John, nice flip knife, dude.
Oh, thank
Was
you.
that phase 2? Let me see that. Oh yeah, that's a nice phase 2, bro.
Look, there's a bomb planted on B. Can we fucking focus on what matters here? Luckily for you guys, I'm a master at killing people. No?
I don't think we're
No, you guys don't agree? Okay. That's fine.
You're 0-2. You haven't killed anybody.
Oh, there's one B. I got him. Don't worry about it. Because I'm a good player.
You got to kill. Good job.
Ah!
Look at him go.
Sorry, the sound effects are necessary for me to perform.
Is that what you tell your girlfriend, Fitz?
Yeah.
I'm not retarded, I'm just handicapped.
I'm not handicapped, I'm retarded.
It's not a wheelchair, Peter. It's a tumor.
Hey,
What's the time, Toby?
The time is like it's like 8:25.
Oh, okay, sweet. I got tons of time.
Yeah, don't you have a thing to go to though at 8:30, Toby? Isn't it? It's happening soon, or is it tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm putting my nan on the spit.
What's that mean, Toby? What's that mean?
I believe it's when two men congregate with my nan.
Congregate?
You shouldn't have bought Rodney. This is why you're Silver Master and I'm fucking Nova 2.
Fuck you, Fitz. I mean Clyde.
Good job, Rodney. Rodney, you are playing very well.
Oh, that was impressive.
No, I agree, Toby. Very nice job, Rodney.
Yeah, no, that was wow.
You just hear that? It's to the right, Ender. Oh, not there, Ender.
Retarded.
Oh, we don't use that word anymore. It's not PC.
Yeah, you can't say retarded like that, Jay. What are you, fucking autistic or something?
Now I think we gotta start playing. What's it called? Serious.
What's up? I'm a lyrical miracle, Toby, bitch.
We're nothing but serious all the time, Z-Muck, so no need to worry, pal. You got this, Toby.
Oh, this is very stressful.
We probably should have ecoed this one, Jordan.
Come on, Jordan.
Sort it out.
Shit, Jordan. Get your shit together, man.
That wouldn't have happened if I didn't force. Fuck you guys. Sorry. I'm sorry, fuck.
Shut up, Jordan.
Sorry.
Hey, Jordan.
What?
You're a piece of shit.
I'm just gonna fucking top frag, second half, and she's gonna say, sorry, Jordan.
You're trash, dude.
I'm actually very good at this game. I hate my life.
Isn't that just dandy? I hop into a deathmatch server, and then I find myself going up against another Australian or New Zealand CS legend.
Well, I'm not sure I'm a legend, mate, but what I am sure is that the qualities of this shirt are legendary.
Oh, and what shirt would that be, Mr. Fitz?
Well, yeah, I just went onto this weird website. I found it on Reddit. It's called fits.fanfiber.com. Bought myself a shirt. It's got a nice logo on it.
I'm thinking that besides getting a shirt, maybe I should get pants to go along with it, because I'm rather cold, yeah.
That's just fucking ridiculous.
Don't be silly.
There's no pants in this fucking store. What do you think they are, just jeans?
What do you think we are, not advertising Fitz's website here?
You fucking muppet.
I know I am.
If I ever see you, I'm gonna fucking slit your fucking face wide open, yeah? You're a fucking angry little fucking spanker. I'll tell you what, fat little cunt. You're boring, you don't sound Nigerian at all. So, go and fuck yourself. Go and fucking crawl in the dirty, dank little hole where you fucking come from, you dirty, dragon-eating little fucking spastic. Right, okay, the dragon comment was probably a little bit fucking over the top, but at the end of the day, you're fucking boring. Every single person who watches your videos are fucking stupid. They're fucking ignorant little cunts.
When sandboards play CSGO? Question mark?
Shut the fuck up, John. When soundboards play CSGO. I'm just like imagining like an actual soundboard physically set at the computer place. When soundboards play CSGO.
Question mark?
I want a soundboard sub. Yeah, she put the meeples on top. Yeah.
I'm kinda mostly, whatever.
I got like 4 muscles.
I would rather be a hippie than a hipster. I can tell you that much.
That's a tough choice for any conservative male to make.
I love Donald Trump's tweet where it was like, where he admitted that he was not it already.
Just like tweets out, fuck guys, this wall's expensive.
I might have rotated a little bit too fast.
Jesus, Tusky, that was pretty P2 shitty. Sorry.
Wow.
Oh, that made my M foreskin roll.
Oh, Jesus, John, really? That's interesting.
Fitz, I kind of want to come over there and rifle you unsuppressed, if you know what I'm saying.
I am gonna AK-47 my tires with you, Cougar.
All right, you can buy one weapon from any section, and then we're gonna just throw the weapon over this ledge and suicide here. Okay, throw it. Just throw it down there. Okay, now everybody come over here. Okay, everybody go jump down there, and you get to use the first weapon that you pick.
I picked up someone's crap PPSH.
I just picked up a small Mongolian child. I'm gonna have to use that.
Every time you get a kill with PP Bison, you have to talk about how big and awesome and veiny and
What?
fantastic and thick your PP is.
This isn't even for a video. This is just for
We're just having fun.
personal use.
This is just for a folder on my Seagate drive.
My PP's all shriveled up. Quiet, Biggs. He's clutching.
Hey, little mama, let me whisper in your ear.
All right, good enough, guys. Could be worse. Could be a bit better. But let's just try hard in the second half, and I'm sure we'll be all right.
Okay, senpai.
She just called me senpai.
What the fuck did you just call him?
Senpai.
Bitch, you better back off.
Jesus.
That's my senpai.
Get your own bitch.
Whoa! Let's get serious, team. We can win this game if we just pull our heads in and play together.
I'm serious about our relationship, Cried.
That's great, Toby, but that's not really what this is about. This is work. Okay, I'll keep that shit on the side.
You're pretty.
Yeah, I fucking told you to keep it out of the office, though, didn't I? I did tell you that.
We can separate work and play, but that's no fun.
You're a fucking kinky minx, and I love that about you. Give me a kiss.
Come here, gorgeous.
He looked away! I gotta shoot him. Not too very good at Counter-Strike.
If Fitz's and McCreamy's upload schedules had a baby, maybe we could get some consistent videos.
I thought you were going to say it would be a miscarriage. Damn it, they're coming back, boys. Alright, I'm going to eco this one because I'm smart. Unlike some of us Agent Bro. You dumb cunt.
That's quite rude.
Yeah, too far. Too far, wasn't it?
Sure he's not that dumb.
Tappa, tappa, tappa.
Becky on a fire, picking up a stunning frag there onto GZA. Of course, imagine that, everything falling down, and Becky finds the last kill onto Chibi Ayano, and that's going to see us to a 5-4 scoreline here on the first half.
No joke, you have the best casting voice I've ever heard.
Have you not heard mine?
Yeah, you give it a go, Becky.
Alright guys, here we are on the T-spawn, going our way to Long. All of us are gonna go to Long except for Purple because he's a dickhead. We're all gonna go to Long. I'm really bad at this, but I'm gonna throw a flash nade.
Keep going, keep going.
But that's okay. We got Larry going in first, and if he gets a headshot, gets taken down. So there's Imagine. See you later, nerd. I'm gonna plant the bomb.
That's right, Becky, and planting the bomb. You are going to be putting that bomb down there on the B side. GZA picking up a nice frag there onto Fuck Me, I'm So Shit, and now it's Becky in a 1v4 situation, and she's got an altered do here on her shoulders, holding that close angle with the M4A1 in hand, hoping to find herself a position in this door where she can get a kill or two, and she does indeed find the first frag there onto Chibi Potato. Now a 1v3.
You think you're cooler than me, you jerk?
You jealous, Becky? Is that what this is? You jealous of me?
This ain't shit, bitch.
Okay.
Sit down.
Alright.
Sit down.
Okay.
Alright, let me tell you a story.
Alright.
This one time... Fuck off, Brandon. This one time...
I'm not Brandon.
This one time... I got, wax stuck where it shouldn't have been stuck. Alright, let's...
What?
What does my life come to? Used to be all sunshine and rainbows. You know I used to sing in the choir. I tagged him 84! This is an outrage. Scratch, scratch.
This is an outrage. Carly's going to say hello into the mic.
He said you have to say hi in the mic. Come here and say some words. Now, tell him that you got a nice ass.
What?
Hey, I got a nice ass. Got a nice ass.
Stacy's mom has got it going on.
Blend going up with the USPS. He's moving through right now. Going to be checking his right. Oh, a grenade thrown but misses. 0 damage dealt to Blaine. Blaine going for the shot, going for the peek, and he's reloading. 12 and it's 0. 12 in the mag, 0 in the life ball. Blaine is being lowered into his casket. His family is crying. They're lowering him into the grave. There's no bell attached to his finger. He cannot ring for help. He is dead. He is suffocated. He is dying. He sees a light at the end of the tunnel. He passes through silence. Nothing. No sound. No sensation. Complete non-existence. The whole reversal of... Just as Zuckles demonstrated, completely nothing. He's no longer here.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, flight attendant. Yeah, I don't know if I should let this be known, but I actually have Ebola. A bowl of sweets for you. Have a safe flight.
Hi, I'm Steve Walker.
And that's my brother, Steve in wheelchair.
Steve weirdly walking around on his knees.
Anyone see Star Wars: The Last Jedi?
No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to see it. I heard some bad reviews.
I get that Princess Leia was having an emotional moment, but did she have to say the N-word when she was talking to Chewbacca?
Jesus.
Should I try to drink the rest of this water through my nostrils?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, smooth. Are you guys ever worried that you'll run out of ideas for videos to make things funny?
Nah.
Yeah, it happened a long time ago.
Whenever that happens, I just invite you to the call and you snort some fucking water, so, you know.
I mean, you know, dating a fat chick wouldn't be that bad because you could just grab their kneecaps and pretend they're titties.
Yeah. You know what's going on when you're in the sack with a fat chick. Find out you've been, like, licking her armpit for 30 minutes, thinking that you were giving her head. Smitty got 3 health left. We gotta protect his ass.
Or put him down.
Don't fucking turn around and shoot him. No, Smitty!
Oh man, I'm sad, dude.
Why?
Money in, cause I don't make money anymore.
You don't
And
make
money's
money?
the only thing that gives me
Wow.
happiness.
Try living with bread in your pantry for 7 months.
Hi, I'm Zuckles, and welcome back to Extreme Challenges. This challenge, I'm gonna live with bread in my pantry for 7 months. Let's see how this one goes. I've sent you 3 invites now.
I realize, but I'm not tabbed in, so...
One does not simply refuse Imagine Wagons.
Imagine Wagons, I choose you.
Wagon! Wagon!
Wagon used. Wheelchair. The fucking retard voice. I can't. Oh my god. Dude.
Can I get a drink? I'd like a drink.
A drink? What would you like to drink, sir?
What can I drink?
suggest
What are
not
my
getting
options?
water. Well, we do have a strawberry lemonade that I recommend. Would you like that?
Can you go through the whole list?
We have 7-Up, Pepsi. We have root beer, ginger ale, Sprite. We have that strawberry lemonade as I mentioned, regular lemonade as well, and then we have our signature line of Frosties.
All right, can you repeat that? Do you guys have lemonade?
Hey, asshole, get out of the line!
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
fuck
we have
you!
one. Sir,
Fuck you!
Sir, was that to me, sir?
I have a gun!
Get out! Oh shit, he's got... Honey, drive!
I have a fucking
Honey,
gun!
drive away, he's got a gun!
Alright, what do you want, sir?
Why are you laughing at me?
No.
All right, I have a gun. You didn't hear me?
No, I heard you, sir.
Good.
Okay, did the man...
Now I want you to repeat something for me.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't quite hear you on the drinks. Can you just repeat the list?
Yeah, we have Pepsi, 7-Up, Sprite, root beer, ginger ale, and then we got the strawberry
What was the
lemonade,
one 3 items ago? 3 items
it was
ago.
It was a ginger ale.
Okay, you see, I'm not really that thirsty. I'll skip on the drink.
Okay, alright, what would you like to eat, sir?
Taco, please.
Taco, just a taco?
Yeah. Will I get diarrhea?
I mean, depends how much you have of it.
That's it. Nah, I'm coming in with a gun.
Guys, he's coming in with a gun. Prepare the fucking defenses.
I'm coming in!
Oh my god. He came in with a gun. Where's the manager?
That sounds so so good at that thing. Holy fuck.
Don't kill me, please.
Can you repeat that list one more time?
Hi, this is the regional manager. Is there a problem in here? Oh, God! I feel good.
Ow! You're on T now, Swagger. You don't
Yeah,
have
Swagger.
to. Oh, this is where you want to defend.
Catholic Church, Mall is stationed in the Catholic Church. Dun, 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 dun. Give us your money or I'll fuck your son. Seriously, put your money in the collection basket and hand it around.
Never mind, I'll just fuck your son either way.
Look, I really like you. Okay, you're a great guy. You bring a lot to the team, but you gotta stop making these pedophile jokes. Okay.
Okay. Gucci Gang. Ooh yeah. Little Pump. Yeah. Gucci Gang. Ooh. Gucci Gang. 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 Spend 10 racks on a new chain. My bitch love do cocaine. Ooh. I fuck a bitch, I forgot her name. I can't buy a bitch, no wedding ring. Rather go and buy Balmain's. Gucci Gang. Gucci Gang. Gucci Gang. Gucci Gang. My lean cost more than your rent. Ooh. Your mama still live in a tent, yeah. Still slinging dope in the jets, huh? Me and my grandma takes meds, None of this shit be new to me. Fucking my teacher? Call the tutoring. Bitch, your breath smell like some cigarettes. I'd rather fuck a bitch from the projects. They kicked me out of the plane off a Percocet. Fuck a little bitch, make her pussy wet. Gucci Gang, Gucci Gang, Gucci Gang, Gucci Gang, Gucci Gang.
That guy's name is racist.
Nigward? Oh my god.
Nigward.
What's up, my Nigward?
What's up, Nigward? Yeah. You know Nigward's favorite rap artist?
Oh, what?
Future.
Oh my
god. I'm fucking leaving, dude. What's an average sack weight?
Like if you were to go to bed. Jesus Christ.
Hits blunt.
He is located in window room.
Copy that, big chive. Chive is a silly word.
Swagger, look straight down with the bomb. She looks so fucking weird.
You know how I like how you're my dad?
No, I keep telling you that that's not true.
No. Seems like you think I'm a huge disappointment.
Well, I can think that without you being my son, Zuckles. That's just apparent to anyone involved with you.
You can't say that, man.
People don't like raisins because I think they don't enjoy it. They eat it like chips. You're supposed to like peel the skin off with your teeth and then eat the goo inside, and it's supposed to be really sweet and you gotta savor it. That's why I like oatmeal raisin. All these faggots like, ew, that's oatmeal raisin cookies. Like I just want to take them by the fucking collar of the neck, just slap the shit out of them. You get fucking nothing, and you can sit there high and hungry the whole fucking night, and that's usually how it goes. I'm rambling again, aren't I?
Yeah.
You spoke for like a solid 15 minutes there. I think I kind of zoned in and out, but I get it. Like raisins are pretty neat. All right, can we get in game? Please?
Yeah, that was the penultimate point.
Man, I'm doing the same thing every fucking round, and it's always getting me killed. Oh wait!
Watch this trick shot.
That's pretty cool. Hey man, how you doing? You having a good time tonight?
No, Blaine, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me.
By the rain.
Look, I would look at that guy.
Look at me!
He has bipolar. Slow turn.
Giving him the cold shoulder, are you, Zuckles?
Siphon!
Blaine, give him a cold hard stare.
Oh, he's looking. Is he looking? Is he
He's looking right at you. Don't turn around.
He's not looking.
Can I interest you in Counter-Strike Premium?
Hello? I'm here to do your plumbing, ma'am. The door was shut and locked. I came in through the pipes. I'm in the toilet. Don't flush. No, don't flush. Don't flush. Don't, no.
Today's video theme is
Anime.
Racism.
Oh, we all went very different roads there.
I had a friend called Antonia, and people used to call her Mantonia.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it was, but it was funny.
I know a girl called Olivia in high school, but everyone called her a whore.
Green, what's going on, bud? You got a mic?
Yeah.
Epic.
Are you gay?
Are you really bad? Actually, are you gay?
Bisexual and yes.
Nice.
So what's it like being a bisexual who plays a video game? I keep trying to ask Fitz, but he's too nervous to answer.
They call me Vicky Squeeze because, well, I'll let you use your imagination.
Do they call you Vicky Shit Mike as well?
I think for 2 mil subs, I'm gonna do 5 dabs on camera.
What are you, Logan? What are you, Logan?
Yeah, I actually am Logan. How did you guess? But do spiders have pussies?
No.
Yeah?
Yeah, how do spiders have sex? How do spiders have sex? Both male and female reproductive organs are at the rear of the abdomen, but spiders don't mate by coupling these organs. Instead, the male deposits some... Hey, in the back! Wake up!
Huh?
The male deposits some sperm into a small web.
Oh, what the fuck did I wake up to?
So basically, the spider nuts into a bag. He picks it up and he takes it to the woman and throws it right in her pussy.
like an
I gotta take some notes from the spider.
I got a fam ass and that's all I need.
And you're completely broke.
Well, at least I don't have 6 kills.
Wait a minute.
I have 6 kills. This is definitely an insult directed at me.
Yeah. What was that about 6 kills?
Dude, it's been like 10 rounds. I finally gets like an extra kill. What was that you were saying about 6 kills? Now who's got 7 kills, bitch?
can't be good for you.
Fuck's sake.
Can't be helped.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you trying to get through here?
Yeah, actually,
Oh,
I
I'm sorry.
was. I mean,
see, the thing is that I was here first, and I wanted to get through here. So if you could just
Yeah,
kindly
well,
move out of the way.
thing is
Mm-hmm.
that I'm also here, and I
Oh, it
also
seems
wanted
that
to-
chivalry is dead, then I guess.
Right. Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know.
Well,
So
you know,
if
the
you
thing
would
is that
kindly
I'm not
let me
moving.
move.
I'm not moving.
Excuse me.
Get your
if you
hands
could
off me.
Kindly move.
Get
out
your
of the
hands off
way
me.
right now.
Get your hands off
I
me.
appreciate it.
Jay, could you
My
crouch?
hands
for a
aren't
second?
on you. My hands aren't on you.
Wait, hang on a second. What's this guy saying?
Can you crouch? All right, thank you.
As I was saying earlier,
Yeah.
there's no way in all hell that I'm moving from the spot until you do. You guys hear Stephen Hawking died? I don't know exactly what the cause of death was. It was probably just he died of...
He lost Wi-Fi connection.
You know, I'm sure Stephen Hawking would have wanted people to make jokes about his death.
I feel like people who tweet out stuff about people like Stephen Hawking, they're like, oh man, what a great last day, I'm so fucking sad. It's like, did you really fucking even pay attention to anything Stephen Hawking ever said or did ever? Like, really? I bet you didn't even fucking listen to Stephen Hawking's music, you bitch.
Makeup. You wanted to. Makeup. You wanted to. Makeup. You wanted to.
I can need a trust in me.
I love that song.
Has everyone seen that Coach Wilson has a really fucked up nose?
And let's not point that out right now, Ainsley. Jeez.
It's like really gross. Like, look,
I'm pretty sure that people can decide for themselves how fucked up my nose is.
like when I look at it, I throw up every time.
Listen, Ainsley, you need to bully me about my appearance, man. Didn't you get bullied at one point in your life?
No, I created a trend of this good haircut.
You shouldn't bully people.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
It's okay, Ainsley. You know what? It's all a learning experience. Hi, I'm Owen Wilson. I was a Marmaduke. You know, bullying is never the right thing to do to people. Sometimes in life, you gotta accept people and their differences in order to get along and live peacefully and happily in this society. You see, if things don't go your way, or maybe you don't like something about someone else, you don't have to point it out to them. You don't have to mock them for it, because everyone's special in their own individual little way. Even you, Ainsley. Sure, you may have a fucked up haircut. You may have a weird ass looking fringe that doesn't really do anything but kind of sit there, and there's weird spikes and a kind of mullet thing going on the back, which is kind of disgusting because you never wash it, and actually kind of, I think, is gathering some dandruff on the top, but it doesn't matter about that. And sure, maybe your face is a little bit overweight, and maybe you do have some acne problems and a bit of sweat on your forehead almost at all times. But you know what? I love you all the same, because I acknowledge that you're a human being. Wow. What do you say to that, Ainsley?
I apologize for everything I've ever said to anyone that's mean.
Yeah.
I am completely against bullying.
Yeah.
Because Owen Wilson here has changed my life forever.
Yeah.
And I will never say that you have an absolutely disgusting nose that makes me want to throw up every time I look at it, like I'm actually getting sick right now.
Wow. All right. Okay, great.
Fits are like dog, very hairy and have 4 legs.
That is so me.
That girl is a real black. Wait, that doesn't sound right.
Beetle. Guy who hops on trends but doesn't know what the song is.
That girl is black.
And a beetle.
Hey.
Is that a guy? What the fuck? He just peeks down above you.
He looked down and walked away.
Oh,
God! We'll give it one more try, all right?
Okay.
My name is Rob from Rob's Tiles.
Your name is clearly John. Who the fuck is Rob's Tiles? What kind of a last name is Tiles?
It's not my fucking last name.
I'm wondering when YouTube titles are gonna start like seeping into Pornhub, so you just get like cum shots that keep me up at night.
I would click that shit in a fucking heartbeat. 9,000 IQ, anal moments.
You know, it's a good ass show, by the way. Speaking of Peaker's Advantage, Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, I fucking knew you were gonna say that.
It's really good, dude. They talk funny, just like you.
I don't talk funny, mate. What are you on about?
Do it again.
I am Shark Person, and I am Lava Person.
And we are gender neutral team. It's Super Person, and look, there's also Super Person, but in a different form.
At my old grocery store that I used to work at, there was an entire aisle dedicated to cards of like a bunch of different scenarios, right? They had a wall specifically for loss of son cards, loss of daughter cards,
really,
loss of father. Yeah, exactly. It's like I would be pissed off if like my dad died and somebody gave me a card that said, "I'm sorry to hear about your father," or some shit that they bought from a store for $3.99.
No, it's like it's just a happy 14th birthday card with like a kid playing the guitar on the front, but they just crossed out and said, "Sorry about your dad." Have you guys ever had an experience where you've been walked in on, like doing some freaky shit?
Being walked in on?
Yeah.
Walking in or being walked in?
Or walked in while jacking off, like just walk into your parents' bedroom. Oh, I'm sorry. This is like the reverse of how this is supposed to happen. I've done this all wrong. I'm sorry.
Simon Cowell was a furry. He'd be called Simon Howell. Simon Cowell had constipation. He'd be called Simon Bowell.
If Simon Cowell stepped out of the shower, maybe he'd need a Simon towel.
If Simon Cowell heard these jokes, he would probably Simon Scowl.
If Simon Cowell ever gets lonely, I bet he just calls up his Simon pal. If Simon Cowell ever threw a bad pass in a soccer game, it'd probably be Simon Fowl.
I bet when Simon Cowell refuses to leave his room, his mom yells, "Simon, now!"
If Simon Cowell ever got diagnosed with cancer, it probably died in roughly 8 months.
What the hell is that? Fuck.
my reaction when young Sheldon hits Netflix.